Okay. Here we are. Let's see. Good. So then let's see. Let's create. Okay. So the idea is that we create now a specific level editor view. So let's create a frame buffer for that. It's the first thing. Or let's maybe write a small list. Let's copy this. And this is 12:07. Our plan for today. Let's be very defensive here. No, and this will be all level editor. Create frame buffer. Then level editor, basic rendering of the level editor. Come on. Separate tab. Separate tab. Then we have separate grid, basic gizmos. Oh yeah, then we make something cool. 4 different camera perspectives. The classic camera viewports perspective, left, right, left, top, front. Yeah. If we finish all of this, I'm super happy. I'm a super happy camper. I can finish all of that. Let's see. Let's see what we can do. Yeah, let's start with the easy stuff. We have that already here, so let's just add another one. We call this frame buffer level editor panel. Yeah. Level editor panel. Yeah. And it will be exactly the same size as our 3D panel here, which we currently use for the editor. For the mesh editor, that is. And we'll just create that. Okay, first step. Second step, water. So, now let's do render panels. Yeah, here we go. And we will render the main tab panel. Yes, 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 yes. And I want it to be in a separate tab. Just thinking of how would I do that? I think I know. Yes, I think we'll. Yes. Let's go to the tab. as a type. So this is model, level, texture, or a script. Create test tabs. Init editor. Just must be in the correct function. Test game object. This is nice, but I will do this really at the bottom here. Create for now a tab with the current level editor. To do in the future, we want to be able to edit multiple levels in separate tabs. Why not? So now we will just pretend we have a current level. We can easily do that, and we will just current level tab. We will just do that by creating one now. We will not even create a level for now. We will just create a tab that represents this. That's totally fine. The linkage to the level later is not a big deal. I think this is not a big deal. It's not a big deal. Use new tab. And we'll just call this level 1 for now. And the current level tab has a type, and type is type level. So now we will add it to our list. Main tabs, push back, current level tab. And let's just see if that works. And I think we should not see any body, of course, for this tab, but there should be a tab. Should be a tab. Oh, died. It died. Where did it die? Here. Oh, the text mesh. Yes. Oh, I think I know. Yes. Current level tab. Doesn't. Okay. Tab header. Ah, yes. Okay. The title I already have, but now I need the text mesh here. Come on. Let's create text mesh level 1. Yep, no, it should work, and it will work. I'm totally convinced that it will. I'm totally convinced it will. Here we are, and there's level 1. And of course there's nothing to show. I think our stuff should still work. Yeah, there's just nothing to show, but that's perfectly fine. Now we go into the render. Just adjusting my mic here a little bit. Somehow. Okay. Yeah, just let me know in case sound is too bad, or if it's okay. Good. So let's do render main tab panel activate auto camera. Now we need to actually see what we do. Render top panel. So where do I actually render the body? Because I think currently, I mean, who calls the mesh editor actually? Who calls this? Render main viewport body. Ah, yeah. So it's here actually. The main tab panel is actually just the tab header panel. Yep. Yo. That's fine. That's what it is. No, that makes sense. If this is a model, do that. If this is a else if the current type equals no type level, we will render the level editor. Ah, yeah, this all comes together nice. Origin X. I mean, let's just do the same, and we will just give it the actual level. Yes, that's what we will do. And for levels, this will be a level, so then we must create some dummy level now. It's fine. It's a good opportunity to do it. A level is something quite basic, and it's actually a big moment. We have now our level, and let's say the level has a name, and we will the level has a name, and let's say that the level also has, in fact, the list of game objects. Yeah, that's basically all we need for now. I think we can work with that. So we render our level editor, which is a method that just does not exist, which is fine. No AI action. Come on, just no. Come on. Whatever. Put me here, I will copy this. Oh, this whole AI shit. And let's create a prototype here so everybody's happy. Yeah, render the mesh editor, render the 3D scene panel essentially. I mean, it's more or less that. I think you can just reuse that now. Oh, I'm sitting on the dry. Okay, here we go. Render the 3D panel as a quad. All good. And yeah, so we're not doing that, but we need the current level actually. And this will have game objects. This will be a pointer. And the current level will be a level. I mean, the current level. No, there is no current level. Doesn't make sense. We don't need that. We have the level here. This is the lever that we render here. That's it. That's it. Yeah. That's it. Go to here, change that as well. Changing that as well. So. Now, when we do init editor, we create sorry, create test game objects. What we actually will do is that's fine. Yeah, I mean that's fine, but we will also say levels push back level 1. So level auto level 1 equals new level 1 name no equals level 1 game level 1 game object push back the hero go. Yeah. And so we will create this lever field here. Yeah, later we will capture this in a project. I'm just thinking maybe we should just do it now. I mean, why not? Because we will always be in one project, right? So this is the project. Let's quickly create a project here, because that will be so simple. The project will consist, it has a name and it consists of levels. Wow, I mean, sometimes it is clever indeed, okay? Yeah. So this is a null pointer. And when we say create tests game objects, then we will also say create test project, and we'll do that. And just say editor state. Just give me the root game object, actually. Yeah, let's see. Let's see. So, to be fair, today working. Just see. Okay, good. Just updated that slightly. There we go. So the editor state has a project, it has levels, and we will push back this level, and the editor state. No, but there is no project. Editor state. So here we would explode with a null pointer. Project name. Come on. Editor state. Project name. Test project 1. And yeah, that should be it. And let's just say, oh, sorry. Wow, that's good. Sorry for that. I hope nobody lost its ears. So let's see. We have now, so we will go back to our render main viewport body, and we will end up here. We now have the level. The level will be which one? So create tab. Where did I create the tab actually? Was it in init edit? Let's call new tab. No, here. Just the current level tab. Yeah, I mean, let's see. Main viewport body. I want to see where we come out. If we come out, no, because we don't come in. Engine, yeah. Come, oh, yeah. Just make a forward declaration. Should be good to go. Much better. There is a level 1, but nothing is really happening. Why not? Render main viewports. If current type. Oh, okay, yes. Current main tab title. Yeah, I know. I have to activate it. Oh, come on. Come on. So, level 1. This was it. Deactivation. Deactivation is working. So, okay, I got it. This is 0. 0, it's null. It's a null pointer. Let's see. Activation and level is 0. Yes. Okay. So this is the problem. The level who is calling that, the current tab, the level is not set. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, the level is of course not set. New tab. Oh, come on. Here we go. And yes, it just does not set the level. Current level tab level equals editor state project levels, and we just take the first one now. Oops. Just take the first one. Oh, what is that? Let me guess. Something is again not initialized here. I mean, yeah, I'm thinking, is this really a good way now? Oh, okay, we don't have a project. Where do we set the project? Should be set, right? Ah, yeah, no. Very probably it's not called. Let's create test project. We made the function, but we never called it. Oh, bad. My bad. More bad. Now we will have a project. Yes, and we have levers. Everybody's happy. Activate it. So you can better see. Sorry for obstructing it, but that's really kind of a fundamental problem here with streaming when you code, because the game is always then yeah, occluding the actual code. So if we are still in a very high frequent debugging phase, this is a bit annoying for you, the viewers. Sorry for that. So there will be a time when we will just be coding and scripting in our own editor, and then that would be much nicer, because then we can run the game, the application, which is the editor, and then we do not occlude ourselves. Okay, come on. What is that now? Why? What do we do here? Is the lever still null? No, it's fine. I mean, it just doesn't have, yeah, it also has game objects. Okay, let's try once more. I mean, that totally makes sense, I guess. So the lever, we have game objects. I mean, that should for sure work, yes. So, I mean, that's possible. This game object does not have anything at all. Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. And I am just thinking, if we know that this is yeah, if we know that this is the root game object, that's what I'm trying to say. Should we already just render the children anyway? But I think we need some recursion, right? I mean, we need to render every yeah, no, I think what we will do, I think we will create a small or a big helper function, which is just render a game object, render game object in lever editor. Yeah, and then we will decide if we have a mesh, we will render it. Then we will render all of our child meshes. And if we do not have a mesh, we just don't render anything, because if we don't have a mesh, how should we render the mesh, right? No way. Can't do it. Just can't. So we will then just directly delegate to our render game object in level editor. And I know some of you might say we could also just add a method to the game object, and yes, we could, and I think we will, but I want to keep it now outside of the actual struct or class for now. For what reason? I don't know, gut feel. We'll just start with that, and then we will probably move it in. Somehow I have more success with a more procedural style. That's just it. But yeah, if there are good reasons, I mean, we could do it. Yeah, let's do it now. Let's do it now. That way. And no, do that, of course. What did I do now? Yeah, it's fine. Now we'll just give it the go. And for now, we'll just continue because we will indeed almost completely reuse this. Essentially. Indeed. Indeed, we will. But now we need to be a little bit more finessed with our the way with how we do that here, with how we go about our business. And we'll do that by first of all checking if we have a mesh group. If this has no mesh group, no, we will check for auto child go in go children, just render the game object. Just render every child, just try to render the children. So now next, if indeed we have a mesh group, I think we should not be bothered, and then we can just do our business here. Yeah, I mean the animation thingy, we'll probably not do that now. I just do not want to do this now yet. If dev level editor debugs with animation, then we'll do that. And this is this. Where does it end? Here. So here is the end if. And we will just render the model at the game transform position. No need to continue anymore. And this would be origin X. Oh no. Origin X. Can he probably just... Yes, that's what I wanted. Can he probably just fill me out everything? Just do everything. Yeah, that's it. That's it. That's it. So yeah, so working on our level editor, as you might know or might not know, and it will be great. It will be great soon. Yeah, let's just debug it. Let's use the debugger. Why? We pay for it. We have it. Let's use it. So now we should have at least, or we should have one game object, which is the root game object. I'm quite certain. Yes. But it has some children, which is fine, and this has some render data, and it also doesn't have a mesh, but okay, that's fine. I mean, we'll come to that. So the mesh is a null pointer. Does it have children? It has. So we come in with the first child. The child also does not have something here, but it's the hero. The hero has render data. The mesh group, but the mesh group is still null. Ah, yes, and then we must return. So, because I was wondering now, I was again having a null mesh group, but of course, my bad. Level 1, here we go, here we go. So the first is the root, but it does have children. We are now in the first child, and we go back out. And we always go back out. And there's just nothing happening. Just empty. Fine. Good enough. Because I think the problem is in the create test game objects. And yeah. What we will do is in init editor we will again load some basic mesh. I can't help it, we need to do this. We need to do this. I'm just thinking of how we do this. Let's create a shortcut marker here and check. Now check menu inputs. Ah yes, and the menu action equals no, come on. This action equals, oh, come on. Action equals, ah yes. Confusion. No, not really. So where do I put this? Where is this? I think it's way up here. I think it's even called action. The import model action, exactly. Yeah. Yeah, I cannot really reuse it. Okay, yeah, I just wanted to check. Let's just revive this piece of code here. It's not the nicest one. It's a bit verbose, but anyway. So it's the mesh group, the mesh group, the mesh group, the mesh group. Actually, test.glb equals the mesh group. Exactly. I mean, we could just call it mesh group, or it's maybe more than what it actually is. Because now in our create test game objects, we can actually call this test.glb, and this will be our hero, our soldier hero. So let's debug it once again. Okay, that's already nice. I can show you. I think I can. Yeah. So we have now automatically our soldier here. We can. I thought we can open it. A data pointer. Oh, data points to no access memory. Wow, that's bad. Wow. So I guess I know why. Because I'm quite sure that I'm not setting all the things that I must set. For the tab to work, but how does this work? Check asset browser inputs. I mean, it must happen somewhere here, right? If mouse left click, let's debug it from here. I'm generally not totally sure what it is now. I'm not totally sure. So I think it's more interesting if you can follow now with the debugger. So I will move, not that, but I'll move that a bit to the side again. So what I will do is I will just click on this asset thumbnail, and then we will see what happens. Okay. Oh, come on. So I will click here, and then we jump right. Okay, no, it's already. Wow. Okay. This is interesting. So the mesh thumbnail. There's a mesh group name. The mesh group. The mesh. It's the thumbnail texture. This is essentially the mesh group name here, right? Okay, let's try something different quickly. Let's also just import actually another model. And yeah, okay. Wow, when I click on, wow, I mean, what is the difference here? Wow. Wow. I'll probably just copy that and I just compare it. So this is now, so we have import mesh from file, check. The thumbnail texture, check. We create a mesh group, check. We set the name, check. Okay, we do not set the name actually. Mesh group name. Didn't I set this before? Oh yeah. Okay, yeah, maybe that's already it. Yeah. 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 We survived the click and we'll make another one. And here we go. But that's not what we wanted actually. Yes, this is what we wanted. And this is what we have here. So see, this is really cool now. You don't see nothing. Look at that. So when we this is our model editor. This worked already before, right? So it's nice, but it's nothing new. But now when we go into the level 1, actually cool stuff happens, because now what we're rendering is the essentially our level already, and all the game objects in our level, and currently there is only one which has a mesh, and it is also given the position 2 on the x-axis, so it's a little bit to the right, which it is, and we will also render the grid here, so that makes it easier to locate where it actually is located in the world. But yeah, I mean, it's basically working. Yeah, we can go through the code once more. Let's do that. Render level editor. Let's do that. Okay, I know why no. I now know why no. Debug points were hit because we had deactivated them. So let's put this out of the way for now. And maybe let's just put it there, and we can also maybe we can do it like this. Maybe a compromise. Yeah, and we make it a little bit smaller. Yeah, getting there. here. Okay. My dear viewers, this should hopefully show you the best of both worlds, right? So now let's activate our level, and here we go. So we have all the game objects. It's just one because it's just a root. We enter in here. The root has no mesh. That's perfectly fine. But it has children. The first children, the first child, does have a mesh. So we go here. The mesh group exists. It has two meshes because it has two materials. It has two textures. And then we just render it right away. Find the texture and we render it out. First material mesh, second material mesh, and that's it. And the nice thing is, what I wanted to show you is, because we are still here in the context of this game object, and the game object has this transform and it has this position. And the position is, okay, it's not 2, but it's one to the right. Okay, and we can probably just change this where we create the test game objects, and we just set them to, we set it to 2 and we set it to 4, so it should be much more, not much, but yeah, put it to 6. It should be quite far away to the right in the back. Let's see. So, and here we are, and yeah, so here we are. And what we will do now, we'll just render our wonderful grid, our base grid. We have it, so we should render it, and I think we can render it just like that, I guess. Render grid, and we give it yeah, okay, and I'm sorry because that was actually not correct. We want that here. We want actually that, and this means that we no, that's fine. But the level editor, it's never blit. It is never blitted. No, is this okay? This is yes, this is the blit, but we need a can blit it. Don't need to do it like this. Blit frame buffer to screen, so it is edit to state, frame buffer level, edit to state width height is okay. It's 200 plus width times 2, 32 plus height is 2, and yes, okay, yeah. Just quickly comment this. Let's see. Yeah, it takes some time to load, but I think this is yeah, I didn't even want to do that now. Oh yeah, come on. Yeah, so this is the level editor, this is the mesh editor, sorry, and now we go into the level editor, and hopefully there should be a grid, but there is nothing at all. Okay, yeah, that's bad, but that's not a big problem, I think. But I guess then that the actual, I think it just doesn't work now. Render mesh editor. How is this done? Render the grid. Clear it from calling false. No, it's fine. Fine. Oh my god. Okay, let's see. We have the correct shader program. We have the correct frame buffer. Oops, editor panel. We clear it. We might even clear it to something a little bit more special, so that we know we are in the right panel. So it must be greenish now. Render each game object. We don't need animation timing for now, actually. This would then be the default frame path for sure. Could it be that the camera? No, the camera should be fine. And we need to upload its perspective camera. We give it this. Maybe it is binding the wrong frame buffer or something. No, it's fine. It's not binding any at all. Totally fine. No, it's totally fine. I think even without the grid, somehow doesn't work. Yeah, okay, we're back again. We have this greenish touch, which is not so bad. Looks kind of stylish even. Not fully sure why we do not have this 32 here, but that's something else probably. But we have a problem with the grid. Ah yes, I mean that would make sense, because of course it's the frame buffer level editor. I mean that's the first thing, but I'm not sure if this is all. If that's all that's needed. Yeah. I mean that even looks cool. I mean, so what is going on? I see is that we don't switch the shader out, and so we use this one color shader then also for the actual mesh, which is of course not correct. So yep, this is how it should look like as the model itself, but I mean it's not a problem. I'm just thinking of, yeah. Yeah, but I mean it's actually nice. It's not that bad. Yeah, let's refine that a bit. Let's refine that a little bit. So let's first fix the problem here. So I'm hesitating. I'm thinking, should I? Yeah, I think I should set the mesh for each, I mean, I should set the shader for each mesh. Yeah, I mean, that's the way to go. And we will do this inside here. And I mean, for now, I will just do bind shader program just for now. I think it will work now, but it would still be too hard coded for a real good use case. But yeah, working. But so the issue is now, what I would like to introduce is that every game object also has its preferred shader, and I think we will do it, yeah, very similar to how we do it with the texture. I just see it here now. First we take the one of the game object, because like this is the most priority one. If someone sets the shader in this game object, then the user wants to use that if that's there, and otherwise we will just fall back to some default shader. So if the game object has a shader program and the ID is not equals -1, so it is set, then we'll use it. And we'll use it. Bind. Then we will use the Go shader program. Else we will just use the default now, because I think, does it make sense that the mesh has a shader program? No, just don't think so. And this is a graphics handle. We will initialize it with this here, and everything should still work, and we should be inside. We should fall through to here, because we don't set it right. And here we go. This is, yeah, it's nice. Nice when things work. Okay. So what next? Let's look at our list. And we can do some finished stuff here. What's it look like? Yeah, it's fine. No. Basic rendering of the level editor. I think we can safely say we did that. We have a separate tab. We have not a separate grid. Yeah, let's tackle that now. That's a good point. Because as you see, the base grid does only have 10 lines. So what we want to do is, in our editor state, we will create a map of standard string, or yeah, I mean, let's probably not be that sophisticated now. Let's just say the base grid lines. No, let's actually call these the level editor. No, sorry, the mesh editor grid lines. And we have the level editor grid lines. And these are 200 because you can. And now we will build grid vertices. This is called, yeah. This is the, yeah, let's go there. Yep. So now we will say that this is the level editor grid vertex array. Now we will create a that was actually stupid. It was actually wrong. This was the mesh editor, and this will be the level editor. So build I did not very clever. I did not. I think I will revert this. I think I will indeed revert this. Yep. Now grid. Okay, this doesn't even work. Okay, that's fine. Mesh edit. No, come on. Mesh editor grid vertex array. Come on. Mesh editor grid index buffer. It's fine. Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Yeah, but we also need the grid. We need the graphics handle, the grid vertex array, and this will be it. Because now we can render different different grids. Okay. Editor state, mesh editor, graphics, mesh editor grid vertex array. That's what we do. And now when we are in render level editor, exactly, editor state graphics, and this is of course the wrong thing now. Level editor grid vertex array, which does not exist. I know, but that's not a big problem because oh shit. Now again back to where are we here? Build grid vertices and grid creation for mesh editor, and we just copied that totally brutal over for the level editor, because this is now the level editor. The level editor. We declare that these are 200 because we go completely crazy here now. Level editor grid lines. I mean, let's just be a little bit more clever. And let's say mesh with level. Okay, so this is fine to replace, this is fine to replace, this is fine to replace this, and this. That was good. Let's try it out. Let's give it a go. 3, 2, 1. Wow. Nirvana. Oh, isn't that nice? And we can move around. So I think the next thing we do is now we will improve our totally anemic and lame camera movement here. We will make it really able to move around, because now we just kind of, as you see, we move forward and backward, but yeah, we do not change the look up target. So this is why, because we look at the 0.000 in the world. So the farther I go back, it's actually kind of, it looks okay, but if I go here, then it still tries to focus on this point, which is somewhere here, obviously. So yeah, let's do that now. Check camera, was it check camera input? Was that, where was it? Is it 2 frame? Update camera, that was it. The yaw. So I have this already somewhere in one of my old stuffies. So let me check. This was in the, I call it camera mover, right? Yeah, and so update forward with your forward after your, we need to do that. This is the forward, but then we have this forward after yaw, which is just the rotation speed, and the yaw, which is E and Q. Yeah, that's fine, because we will use A and D for strafing. Remember that? And now what do we do with that forward after yaw? And yes, so the location candidate is actually now the cam speed and the forward after yaw. So we are now transforming so the idea is, if we make a rotation around the up axis, which is also known as yaw, if we then move forward, we always move forward in the direction where we look at. So now I look in this direction. If I now move forward, I go in this direction. But if I yaw in this direction here. Now I go forward, I go in this direction. So I'll always follow my personal forward direction. And this is what we achieve here. And yeah, let's see, that could basically work. That still does not fix the problem that I mentioned before, that we're essentially always looking down, but it's a start. Okay, the yaw does not work. The yaw doesn't work at all, which maybe makes sense because I think we never put the change direction back in. Yeah, and I think this is what we need to do. Updating get few-matics. No, I mean actually it's not so bad. Ah yes, okay. And the game states would now be perspective camera, location, look at target, and this is now the actual location candidate now. I mean, I think it's a bit better. Yeah, I mean, let's do it like that. And this is generally the normalized version of forward after yaw, right? Forward after yaw, okay. Oh yeah, okay. I don't want that. Forward after yaw. Come on. Why? So because what I'm doing here, this is a vec 4 and this expects a vec 3, so I need to pull these out like one by one. And of course, I still need to be explicit. Right here. Here we go, almost. We can just go in one direction. Okay, but I mean, yeah. Okay, only the E button works. Something is off. I don't need that now. Okay, yeah, there is no Q. There is no Q. It's fine. So if is key down. I'm Vossi. Im Vossi. Yes, it is indeed. Yes, it is. Yeah, I'm working it since I think 3 or 4 weeks. 3 weeks, 2.5 weeks even. So it's totally new, and I'm writing it from scratch here so that everyone can follow along. It's not my first one, but it's my newest one, my latest one, hopefully my best one. And yeah. Is key down Q. So it's C++ based, and I want to a bit later, maybe in some days or weeks even, I want to introduce yes, indeed I did. Yes. I have an old engine here. I mean, I can also show it on screen. It's no secret. It's here. I can bring it up. So you see it's no fakery. I can show it to you even. Of course I can. Let's call it the old engine. And I'm pulling always kind of stuff out because I solved a lot of problems already in the old engine, but I wasn't happy with the overall architecture, and it got a little bit out of hand. It got a little bit like messy, and I don't know if you're also coding for yourself, but you know, sometimes when the code base grows, things sometimes tend to get a little bit out of hand. So this is what happened here, but I will show it to you anyway. We can even do a small walkthrough. Old engine, and the title is, it's Kingdom Cards, because that was the name of the game I did. So you should see it now. No, okay. Wrong one. Just want to move it a little bit better. Yeah. So you see, this is the old engine. There's a lot of code, and even in that old engine code, there is something that is new. So this code is actually a game I wrote with the old engine, which has this engine as a Git sub project here. And oh yeah, absolutely. This is the thing. I always grade it in the metric is like when you have a pause over the weekend, let's say, and yeah, and you come back to the Monday and you say, what the fuck, I don't even know what I did here, and it feels so complicated to get into it. Yeah, then you know something's wrong. And then normally, maybe if things go well, after 10 minutes you're in there. Then it's fine. But if you are like struggling for 1 hour or even more, and you think, oh, what the hell did I do? I don't even know the concept that I had in my mind. Then it's probably time to move on. I think then it probably is a very strong sign that something is not right, in the sense that you overthought it, that you over-engineered it, and then I start fresh often. And many people say, you have to finish things, and of course I agree. But I also think that every iteration, every try, if it's a 2-month try, or if it's a 3-month try, or a 3-day try, I mean, if you're stuck, you're stuck, and you try it, but I think you still learn something, and maybe you really have a chance to do it better the next time. And that's what I also try to do now, and that's why I then also started streaming, because I felt I'm kind of on a good way now. I'm doing really much smaller steps. I try to overthink and over design things in upfront a lot. And yeah, but anyway, not to get too much on a tangent here. This old code really has a lot of things already solved. And for example, here I made, so now it's not a class, but back then it was this camera mover class. And what you see here, I also have controller stuff already here, which I will then pull out step by step, and this makes the stream a little bit more easy. But yeah. Okay, so you're doing TDD, so test-driven development, and doing some lead code. Yes, okay, just switching things up from focusing on design models, how to write. Yes, I think, I mean, kind of my 2 cents and my experience just showed me that, and this might be totally personal, because there might be persons who are just on a different level in their whatever cognitive capabilities, and like how many concepts they can just have ready in their mind. So that's by no means, of course, an objective truth, but for me it really helps a lot if I go in very small steps. And that sounds totally logic, it sounds even like trivial, it sounds naive, but I think as a developer yourself, you might know that I think developers tend to think too much ahead, plan too much ahead. And I was also writing it down on paper and electronic documents. So I was planning nice little documents. And in these design documents, everything worked out totally fine. And I wrote so I built up in my whole little fantasy world one function after the other, and there it turned out, there it was perfectly working in theory, but then when it hit the reality, it just fell apart. And then, yeah, so I do baby steps now. I always do what is absolutely logical and what is kind of the next logical, most easy thing to do. I let it run. I test it currently now, not with real code. I find it hard to test real-time game code, actually. But that might be my deficiency. But anyway, so Exactly, I agree. I think actually the kind of the gold standard, or like um, the golden path to do, is to find personally for yourself, actually, because I think it's different from person to person, the right amount of thinking ahead and planning ahead, which of course I do. I mean, it's not that I totally kind of make it up, because of course I have this kind of master plan, and like all the knowledge of how DirectX works and all these things. So anyway, that's always there. But I tend not to build in too much detail, like what I want to do for the next 7 days. And I have planned that fully out, because it also disappoints you, because normally it just doesn't turn out that way. And then you get a little bit demotivated. But if you're always plan ahead, like let's say for 2 hours, kind of, I think that's what I do now. Um, it's not 5 minutes, but it's maybe 2 hours, but it's not 10 days or it's not 2 months, like completely fleshed out. So for me, that worked well, and let's see, hopefully it continues to work well, right? So yeah, in any case, I will now put that away now, because this is the old engine. And but in any case, if somebody is interested in some more details about that, of course I can leave it open. It's no secret. I think, is this, no, this is, it's called old engine. Okay, so this is the new one, and you see it's kind of similar here. And now we will just say yaw equals 1. So now we should be able to also yaw in the other direction. Yeah, and as you mentioned, I mean, the test-driven development thing can keep your feet on the ground. Absolutely, yeah, because you also always have this, yeah, grounding, and you always know you're still in the green. Yeah, you're still in the in the good zone. I mean, you're not completely lost or something. Okay, yeah, now we can even scroll there. So now, yeah, and this is even fine, because now, as we are dynamically adjusting also the look at point, we are not, we are essentially just moving straight forward now. That's fine. Okay, good. Now let's also put strafing. I'm hitting the strafe buttons, but nothing happens. But it's much nicer to move through this world when we can also strafe. So let's quickly do that, because that is easy now. I already have the code here, so I just need to yeah, I fully agree. So what you say about all this, like overhead, all this bulk in TDD. Yes, exactly. I mean, I know this is a little bit unpopular to say it, but I also see the problems with testing and a lot of test-driven development, because, as I mean, you mentioned one point, it's a lot of overhead, and you might argue, no, it's not overhead, because you get a lot for it. So it's not just overhead, because it's just part of the code anyway, and that's totally right. And kind of nothing tops testing anyway. But what you mentioned, the dependency injection, I mean, in my experience, sometimes it gets really complicated. I mean, it's really, writing good testing code is sometimes, and I would even say often, more complicated than the actual, like, working code. And so you could argue, well, then you just have to get good, and you just have to be a developer that is good enough to do that, and that's perfectly fine, and that's true, I think. But yeah, I think you just have to balance it. And if you are like myself, who tries to actually write a game and also just tries to do the crazy thing to write it in its own in his own engine, but you also want to get finished. And yeah, but yeah. Exactly, exactly. Yeah, your last statement. You can even make the API worse. So I mean, I was and I am still a proponent of the school of thought where you say code that is testable and that is testable well normally tends to be kind of better structured code, and it tends to have a better API, because without a good API you cannot test, right? I mean, if it's just everything is just kind of side effect, whatever cryptic things in void functions that do things globally, whatever, so you cannot test that. And if you can absolutely not test it, normally that's not a good sign anyway. On the other hand, it can get overboard, and you can really be kind of even distracted. Or I mean, it takes so much time to just like make the API bend that is testable, that sometimes I feel, but it might just be my lack of talent again, but I feel like, is that even healthy yet for the API, right? So is it still good, or is it now maybe too much? Like, am I writing it now just for the test sake? So yeah. Exactly. I mean, yeah. I mean, I fully agree with that. Refactoring without any tests can be hell, or is hell. 9 out of 10 times. That's right. Um, so no, I agree with that. And anyway, yeah, I mean, it is what it is, and I think it's probably one of the ugly truths of programming is that you need tests. Normally, I mean, to be honest, and full shame on me, I currently do not have a lot of tests here. So in my old engine, I wrote quite some tests, like for the easier testable parts, like math functions, all these things, because they are easy. Like they are these input output functions, and they are crying for themselves to be tested, and that feels very natural, and it is very useful if you do your own matrix manipulations, and you can just tell, well, this is what I expect to come out. I think, especially in real-time game development, so if you have some experience with that, I'm happy to hear about it, how you tackle that. If you have a complex level with complex interaction, which very much depends, of course, on the action of the player, which you can simulate, of course, things get a little bit more complicated in the like traditional unit testing sense. So what I want to do here also in this engine is to have a little bit of different kind of testing nonetheless, but tests which actually work by being able to record certain gameplay sequences by yourself, but playing it yourself, because I felt that it is often different if you interact with the controller, the keyboard, and the overall game as a user by yourself, and you record these actions, then when you just kind of pre-code something, I mean, there's still a problem because you record and you have to play it back, and then it's probably not the same anyway again. But maybe if you're very precise with that, you can even get small latencies in there. That's a very interesting field in itself. I want to explore, but yeah, I want to go more in this kind of, let's replay some interactive testing. It's a little bit more like the classic web development UI test suites work essentially, but just for a real-time game which works at whatever 60 or 120 frames per second. And there should be some hooks where whatever at after the game was played, I know that there was a specific thing happening in a certain frame, so I can replay that. And even after refactoring, that should probably still work. And if it doesn't work, I can see, okay, did I just mess up my performance now? Or is it something that is, sorry, that is explainable? So, yeah. Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah, so, okay, so you also had some journey behind you. So you started with Direct 3D 9. Yeah. So how was it going with Vulkan and Direct 3D 12? There is even some Vulkan portion in my old engine here, but I went quite far. I had some skeletal mesh rendering going, but it kind of was a little bit still kind of too not bloated. Bloated is not the right word, because it is what it is. It is a low level API, of course. I don't know, how was your experience? Did you enjoy it, or or did you kind of give up on it again? Because now I'm doing direct X11 here, obviously, and it's much more lightweight, and I think it's good enough for my kind of simple 3D games to reach 120 frames or more. So I just came to the conclusion that it's good enough, and I can switch to another render anyway. So yeah, but yeah, feel free to share your experiences with Vulkan or Direct 3D12, because that's also a goal, to change this. But I said I will do it as a step 2. Now I want to just do the much more simple API for now. It should be fine. Okay. While we're talking, I am just continuing with the strafing here. And yeah, and if you have any question about Direct 3D11, I think I know a little bit my way around it. Yeah, just feel free. Yes, exactly. Yeah, exactly. Just what you say. I mean, the driver does a lot of things for you, which is good, and which is bad. Exactly, that's it. And I mean, I found it quite interesting because I think it's as close as you can feel like you are a driver developer without like being a driver developer, which is just not easy with the proprietary GPU technology and stuff. But and I was motivated for, I don't know, 7 days to dig into this level, and I think I really learned a lot also. And I think Direct 3D11 even feels easier after such a journey. So I was using Vulkan actually, but they are very similar from what I have read. I've also read the API docs from Direct 3D12, and everything is very similar there in terms of the mental model. And the funny thing that I found is that when I wrote this Vulkan renderer, that you have to do explicitly things that normally you tend to do anyway, also with another more high-level renderer anyway, because what you normally do then in your code anyway is to kind of organize some state caches and stuff like that. And like in Direct 3D11, it's more or less, okay, you choose to do it because it's better organized and you can better reuse state and you don't have so many state switches and stuff like that. But it's more like your own decision to do it or not, because the driver otherwise will jump in and just help you in that. And in Vulkan and Direct 3D12, I mean, you must do it anyway. Yeah, otherwise you don't see a triangle. But yeah. Absolutely. I mean, it's just an amazing feeling, right? Yes, absolutely. I think also the extension mechanism is like really kind of well thought out. I mean, maybe it could be more handy, but actually I think it really worked well. As you say, you can even go headless. It's just, and I don't know, it was, for me, it was also just a feeling, well, I mean, this is kind of like the top of the game. I mean, you cannot get better in terms of API. Yourself, you can screw up all day long, of course, anyway, especially with such a like advanced API, and yeah, essentially just a hobbyist. But it feels good of kind of like, well, it's not, there's nothing better there, right? I mean, this is just the most efficient it can get. You can fuck it up yourself, you can screw it, but like the API is not bad in any way, and there is not much overhead in the driver and stuff like that, which is of course with OpenGL and DirectX, of course there is. But yeah, to be honest, I mean, it's still quite bare bones in comparison to something like other game engines which have everything. But I don't know about you, but when I use these other game engines, I never felt so connected to what I do. And everything is kind of already there, and I'm sitting there and I think, yeah, well, yeah, I just have to drag and drop some objects. It kind of doesn't feel right. But I think I'm in a minority of people who think like that. But yeah, this feels just like a process, like a progress, and you're always kind of under control. So I enjoy that. And the ultimate experience in that sense is, of course, yeah, with something like Vulkan. So So now I'm already having a compromise here. Yeah. Okay, let's quickly do the. So the right. I need to have the right vector, obviously. And I think. Just see how I did this here, but does it make sense? I don't like what I see here. Yes, okay. I think I'll do this. Yes, I mean, yes, you're right. And as you understand what is going on, it's you still have it in your mind. I understand that. But it's still, for me, it's more like enjoyment, and I'm not criticizing it in any way. So no way am I saying this is a superior way to do it or something. Absolutely not. And I think for most people it is for sure not, because it takes a long time. It's people will find it boring as well. Anyway, but yeah, it's a great. I mean, it's really personal for me. I feel I get probably more happy accidents when I'm coding everything live, and when I'm just, I don't know. I mean, on the other hand, I'm not trying to recreate such an editor because that is something I never did actually. So this is a first now. I always had library only engines, and the whole game was really just made in code. But I also found this very cumbersome when the games got a little bit more complicated and you have all these blend states for animation, stuff like that, and everything is just in code. That felt a little bit tough. So I thought, okay, I think I have an idea how I could make such an editor actually with some like really basic operations. And yeah, I got off quite quick to what we have now, and yeah, it's still working. Let's see if and when it breaks. I hope never. Anyway. Yeah. 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 No, I fully understand. I mean, and to hone your skill on testing is absolutely valuable, I guess, like in all disciplines for developing anyway. So yeah, totally makes sense. And also making many projects, I think that makes sense. Just making many kind of more smaller projects probably, and not like making this one project in your life. Or two. It's much better. Yeah, and you're right. I mean, you have to always find those windows, those slots where you actually have time to kind of finish it off, right? I mean, that's a problem. Yeah, you have to do some other things like day jobs, whatever chores you have, and the problem is coming back, right? Because when it's off your stack, but there's also when this advantage comes in when you do the stuff like in a really simple and stupid way, kind of. It's easier to come back after 4 days or after 10 days even, because if it was too far fetched in terms of the concept, um, it's very hard to restart. But if it's like super crazy simple, like yeah, I did this and then I did that, and you look at the code and it kind of speaks to you like a children's book. Um, I tend to find it easier to pick it up again. Yeah. So, but this is kind of my experience in many years of programming, that this is for me the way to go, but it might not be for someone else. Yeah, totally fine. Um, yeah, yeah. I mean, I do that all the time. Like really illustrating things and like kind of watching them from the top down view, making these whatever call them architectural diagrams. I like to use not Photoshop because I like these endless canvases. So I use a program called Milton. I can write it in the chat. So actually, I have no experience with lead code at all. So I've heard of it, but I couldn't even comment on it because I don't really have an idea of what it really is. But what I use for drawing concepts is Milton. I have it. It's just small. I think it's free. Yeah, very nice. I find it much less heavyweight than Photoshop for these drawings, but just what I use here. So I was at the camera getting right. So oops. So last time around I did it like this. And okay, I did it actually first like that. It shouldn't really make a difference anyway. Which is the lock candidate forward is not a problem. This is just forward. And what did I do here? You mean Milton? Is it using ImGUI? Might be. Yeah, I think you recognize it, and because I think the menu on the left, right? I think that's the typical ImGUI style. Yeah. But what it is really right or nice is this endless canvas thing, and it's very quick. And even if the canvas is huge, and you can just scroll around, you can also pinch in and out, zoom in and out, and it's really nice. It's just yeah, of course. So when you use it every day, yes. So I went as crazy to say I will restrain from using ImGUI for this. That's why I even draw all the menu items and tabs now, because this is just learning for me now. I just want to know how this could be done, and if it works in the kind of simpler way I imagine it, and how far I can come with a very minimalistic approach. Because of course, in no way I am competing with something like ImGUI here. Of course not. But like, can you do it very minimalistic and still be workable? That's kind of one of my sub goals here to see, like, really lightweight, really small. And maybe I will switch to ImGUI. I mean, yeah. In the end, I want to make the game. That's the most important thing. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Things come in the way, right? Like life, life steps on your toes, and yeah. But I'm interested. I mean, can you post a name, because I will look it up in Steam. So can I buy it, or is it in like early access, or is it just a Steam page, or is it a thing to buy already? Because I will check it out for sure. So this is right. I mean, right is right. That's okay. Yeah, I do it. I think the idea is, I think what I did is now. So first I made the yaw. I agree. No, first I made actually the pitch. No. First the yaw, then the pitch. Then I made the new. Yeah, then I updated everything. Okay, yeah, I think that's how I did it. Thank you, very much appreciated. I'll copy it out even. Copy it out to somewhere. Notepad. Q. The Crosshair Genie. Cool. So this is like a training software for first-person games, something like that. I mean, you're writing it. So overlaying cross on top of games. Okay. 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 So it's actually okay. It's like a tool, right? I mean, it's like okay, cool. So I mean, may I ask how you do it? So you hook into the Direct3D library, like into the is this DLL hooking? Is this that what you do? So that you kind of overlay it, or is it more like just render a full screen, uh, whatever application right on top? I played around with this some years ago. I never went that far, but it's interesting. Yeah, I would be interested in how you achieve that. So I think I think probably do that. Now we say probably do that. Yeah, okay. But without DLL injecting, yeah, because I think that DLL injecting also has a problem that very often I think it is kind of not allowed. I think it triggers like anti-cheat software stuff like that, isn't it? Ah, yeah. I mean, yeah, you're right. In the next line, yeah, yeah, exactly. So it is really a separate process, actually, right? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. 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 I think that's a technique that I also know from other kind of games, also from simulation games, where you actually have a separate process which has a kind of a transparent background, right? And it just overlays some things and it somehow communicates with the actual game over some API, whatever, some shared memory, and but then it can display some other information. But yeah, but I guess you still kind of get the active mouse input because you are or no, oh, you maybe just rendering the crosshair in the middle of the screen essentially. Is that it? Or probably not. I've still no idea what the actual like what is the use case. I'll be interested in that. So no, this is not the thing to do. We do it like this. No. Up to you. Yeah. Okay, I see. Yeah. Because essentially, I guess, as that's also done normally, as far as I know it, how crosshair rendering is also done, but like within the game itself, you just render it in the center of the 2D screen anyway, and yeah, just feels like it's moving through the world. So, but I guess you can have custom crosshairs then, right? So, yeah, okay, yeah, 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 that's good. And you mentioned frameworks, and yeah, I have similar experiences. Every time I go out and make frameworks, I I lose sight of my overall target or like my original target a little bit. And yeah, I think it's a disease that a lot of developers have, kind of, or like a trap that you fall into, because you spot these patterns, you spot these cases where you say, oh, I could write a library, I could write a framework for that because I do it now the second time or the third time. I think I understand the pattern, but in my experience, I saw it often as a trap, or I experienced it as a trap because I spotted the wrong pattern actually. right? So what I thought is 3 times the same thing. I created a library out of it, I created a framework, created a function out of it, whatever. But like, it's really maybe made a nice API out of it. And I thought I understood the pattern in completeness, but then I found either already in my 3 cases that I already had that actually they were not completely identical. They were slightly different. Or in the 4th or 5th iteration, when I wanted to use it, then actually I also found, oh, it's slightly different, It's not the same. Similar, but not the same. And then I tried to retrofit the framework. I tried to make it also wider and make it more adaptable to these kind of variants of the pattern that I spotted. And this is exactly the point where I not always, but very often felt, oh, now it's getting overboard and now it gets so complicated, but you're actually moving away from the original problem that you had. Whatever, like rendering something on the screen, in the middle of the screen, whatever. And you do this 3 times and you feel, oh, okay, that this is the pattern. And maybe it's a bad example that I'm saying now, but might be a really bad example. But very often things tend out to have variants of what you originally spotted. And then I feel like this is, then the framework really gets super complicated, like 10 times more complicated, and you have to have if then this, and you have to configure it, and you sometimes after a week you say, well, I just wanted to render the things, and if I just do it 3 times slightly different, it will just work and I can continue my game or whatever my program is about. But now I have to kind of maintain my framework. That's, for me, that was sometimes hard to do. Yeah. Yes, that's true. I mean, events also have, of course, as everything in life, pros and cons. And events, as long as they are still synchronous, it's still kind of easily controllable, or more easily controllable. And you still can debug, I think, rather easy. I also went overboard with events a lot of times because it feels so liberating, and you can just subscribe to events from different spots. But sometimes I feel then it also is hard because sometimes also the event then goes out on a tangent, sort of, and the event triggers other events, probably, of course, logically. And all of a sudden, what was a very linear, whatever, game loop, where everything was super clear and spelled out, now is just like the root of a rather complex network of events firing, backfiring, sometimes kind of triggering these kind of endless loops. But I'm not talking against events or something. I just also found it as a very mighty tool and as a very powerful tool that sometimes can bite you. But sometimes it's just the way to go, and you can just decouple, as you said. You just have an interface that comes, whoever invents this, and you just don't even know who is subscribed with you as a service. Perfectly fine. I think as everything, almost, it can be too much, but it can be gold standard, and it can be the golden solution. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, that's always the problem of testing after the fact. And after the fact, I mean after having written the code. And I think this is why test-driven development and test-first principles actually totally make sense. Because you tend to write different code, and you write, of course, code then that is testable, obviously. And it's just so hard to write retroactive tests in a, let's say, sizable code base if you had not testing in mind first, right? So I fully agree. So for me, it might maybe be hell here now because I'm not doing test first on purpose, but maybe I'm I'm bound to hell anyway, because of that. But no, but it's hard. It's really hard. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I have some asserts here. And it's also like fail early. Yeah. Like explode immediately. Don't linger on. Don't let the program run for whatever minutes, hours, thousands of frames on, and you are already like in a bad state. You know, assertions are cool. Yeah. Especially I think during hot development time. Absolutely. If something is not as expected as asserted, just explode and write one message and you just get the box and you say, oopala, something happened that I absolutely did not expect, and then it's fine. You can just track it down normally. It's perfectly fine. Exactly, yeah. It's like these small little mines that are there, and yeah. So there is some discussion if it should go into production code or not. I think there's pros and cons for that. Some arguments to be had that it can even live in production, and it's probably better for the user to just really crash than to whatever corrupt save data or something like that. But to just like finish as early as possible if something stupid is happening and something totally unexpected is happening. So yeah, that makes sense. So I think, do we have the lock candidate here? Where is the lock candidate? I got myself confused where my lock candidate comes from. What did I do? What did I do here? Where was the lock candidate before? Let's step back 25 times now. But it's good. It's good. Exchanging some ideas. Cool. I'm not sure. You mean equals for assignment? Yes. Actually, I'm mixing it up. It's really like there's no certain rule. Yes. Mm-hmm. Okay. Yes. It's probably just an old habit of mine and coming from other languages as well. So yeah, it was actually, so this was the lock candidate. Now I have a lock candidate. I don't have a pitch, but I think this should now be the place where I can get so I don't need the right here. I just can do this here now. Because now I have an updated right vector. And this should just be the lock candidate, right? So why it's called, I found that using terminology has saved me in passing a float as the value like in type. I wouldn't be sure about that. I think that would still be possible. I think it's actually like what I believe it does. What the compiler does is essentially the same. It's just an assignment. And I think it's even kind of necessary that it has the same whatever boxing, unboxing, casting rules. I think I might be wrong. I'm not a C++ expert, or like I know the whole spec in and out. I don't, but I think Yes, we can do it. So what you say is that we have a variable which is called int a. Exactly. Exactly. And let's say we have a float which is posx, and let's assign this with 5.0. Okay. So what you say is that you think that this is working, right? But what you say would not be working now is int b is posx, right? Ah, you're right. Oh no, you might maybe right anyway. Yes, yeah. Thumbs up. Yes. Okay, yeah, because here it says it's an error in conversion, I mean, which it is in any case, and here it's just a warning. I mean, it's the same. It's the same fact. That's interesting. Yeah. Okay, because it's an initialization. Which in the end is also an assignment, but okay. Yeah. Wow. I mean, I didn't know that. It's good. Totally learned something now. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So that makes sense. So that is then the safer option. Yeah. Yeah. Thank you. Thumbs up. And I think it's a Swiss Army knife, and it's absolutely warnings as errors. Absolutely. Just you can now point and say, hey, there are some warnings. I mean, let's compile. I think I have some warnings, but I think I do not have so many. I tend to go after warnings like after every 2 or 3 days. Let's see. Let's actually see. I mean, if all of this is a warning, I'm in a bad I'm in a bad situation now. But yeah. So at least there are no warnings here on this compiler level that I see now. Because yeah, this is just clang tidy. But of course, you could also say, well, everything that the code analyzer says is also, you can also treat it like an error. Yeah, perfectly fine. Perfectly fine. And I would agree. I think this is the broken window like problem. When you ignore all the warnings and it's I have 5,000 warnings, I don't care. I tend to say like whatever, every 10th warning gets an error. Or I don't know. I mean, I'm just kidding. It's just like the density of dirtiness and the density of not tightness. I think it, of course, it kind of creates a kind of an environment where errors may grow and may become happy citizens, and this is normally not not what you want, obviously. So then this is the log candidate. I had so much checking code in this old code that I don't even know how I did it. Yeah, I think I can just add it anyway, right? And the log candidate is essentially just that. Just do it like this. And then the final location is this. Yeah, let's try it out. Absolutely, yeah, and it feels good. I think it's triggering the same buttons in our brains as developers as when the tests are green, right? And this is a nice feeling. It's kind of one of the best feelings, especially if you have a lot of tests and you do the refactoring and then it's green. And even if it fails, I mean, then you just fix the test, but then it's green again, and you really feel like you've done a good job and you have earned whatever, a burger or a beer, whatever. So yeah, let's see. Yeah, strafing works. It's just I just have the wrong buttons. D is left and A is right. That is weird. I cannot live with that. For whatever reason. I mean, it's probably also a sign that I have something off here, because actually A is -1, so that kind of makes sense. But That looks weird. Okay, but I think we're getting somewhere here. Okay, now this is also somehow I managed to to mix this up. Oh yes, absolutely. But the days until then, or the nights, or hours, and sometimes days, yeah. Oh, they feel horrible because you feel like, uh, am I too stupid? Can I solve this? Is this now the roadblock that kills me? That, I mean, is this the end now? Is this the end of the project? It's the end of my game? Was that it? Why doesn't it work? Because everything points to that it should work often, and it just doesn't. And yeah, but it feels so good when it when it works. But sometimes it only lasts 3 hours because then there's the next roadblock. But and anyway, sometimes not. Sometimes these are good. Okay. Yeah, now that actually feels nice. Feels good. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you totally question yourself. Am I even a developer? Was I ever one? And you're right. Very often the solution was just a simple typo at a bad spot, right? Or a bad assignment, a double assignment, sometimes shadowing of a variable. I mean, it's really stupid little thing. So it's really like a small human error kind of thing that just makes it so hard to find the problem, right? I mean, yesterday I had this, or like 1.5 days, when I was implementing this functionality here, which sounds, of course, or which looks totally logic. So if I make it bigger, if I make the editor bigger, everything scales kind of logically. And it's still not completely broken. Everything just stays kind of correct, more or less. And nothing is totally stretched or something. Although I think it is slightly, but anyway, yeah, but it was just completely broken. And the problem was I could not resize my swap chain buffer. It just didn't let me resize it. Just did not. So when I wanted to resize my buffer, just completely failed. And yeah, I tried so many things. I read the Direct3D documentation. I read my Direct3D book, but yeah, there's nothing to find. And in the end, I mean, what was it even? I don't know if you know this, but sometimes you solve it and the day after or 5 hours later, you don't even know what the actual problem was because it was such a triviality. Yeah, I don't know. But no, yeah, that's I'm creating the window. I can show you. I'm really creating it super normal. Like this is my window function here. And I have a caption bar. For some reason, OBS is not rendering it. So it's a normal window. It's yeah. I mean, the funny thing is, as developers, even if something is working, if you don't understand why it is working, it gives a totally bad feeling, right? It's just it nags you. It feels like I mean, I see the result. It's doing what it's supposed to do, but I don't know why. And maybe you have a feeling it shouldn't maybe even work at all, right? Because isn't something missing? Am I even binding all the resources here? I think I'm not. Why is it working? And I think this kind of gut feeling is super valuable, and it's very often right. So because even if it does work, it means if your gut tells you that something should be off, but it's not, it means that yeah, for some coincidence and some side effect, it still works. But anyway, this is the kind of source of bugs of the nasty kind for 2 days later very often, I find. because it was not fully right in the first place. It just happened to work because of circumstances. And yeah, if you don't understand why it works, it's normally a bad sign, and it gives you a bad feeling in the stomach. I think it actually has. I think OBS just doesn't render it essentially. I will make you a screenshot and I can post it, like how it really looks like. I will start it. I think OBS, maybe there's a setting I just don't know as a dummy. OBS just doesn't render the actual, how's it called? This top window bar, yeah, where the close buttons are. So it's really just a normal window. It's not a completely, what's it called? Like these headless windows, because you can also render them. But for now, in development, and as it is an editor anyway, I want to minimize, maximize it also. It is there. So I can show you. This is how it really looks like. But OBS, my streaming software doesn't render it. I don't know if I can chat an image. Okay, I cannot post it here. Okay, I thought I can post an image in the chat. Of course, I cannot. Okay, maybe. Look. Okay, I had client size only, so now you can see it. Yeah. So this is how it looks like. Yeah. No, it was a setting in OBS. I just unchecked it. It said client area only, and I unchecked this, and now you can see the full window. But it's a good hint anyway. I mean, I saw it in one of my first streams, but then I kind of forgot it because I was also a little bit confused. I thought, okay, why is it looking like that? But I think this is better because it's for the purpose of the stream. It's better to see what's going on. Okay, yeah. Any more questions? And yeah, you see, I mean, this is just me basically rendering text, tracking the mouse, rendering. So each of these panels is a separate viewport, separate frame buffer with its own viewport, obviously. And yeah, you can, oh, I broke this, obviously. I know, I didn't break it. But yeah, you can import some models here, and you can render them here. And there's also some skeletal animation already working, basically. As you can see, this is just some small object. And then there's one animation. So this is the beginnings, the very humble beginnings of my animation panel, because here I'm writing out all the animations that were imported for this mesh. And then you will be able to select them. And I want to really be able to very nicely and quickly blend animations together to make these animation graphs. It's very important. But anyway, yeah, and here it's a frame time, so this is in microseconds, so we're still kind of okay. It's under 1 millisecond, it's 700 microseconds. It's fine. Yeah, I'm just having the mouse for debugging. This is mainly for tracking where I'm actually clicking. Yeah, small tree view. So far, that's it. Now you're on the, you have the full scope here. That's all there is currently. Yes, absolutely. I saw that. Yeah, it's like, I think, no, right? It's having this kind of, like what you call disappearing, or it's, yeah, I think it's actually disappearing. I think there's a problem with the looping that I do. I do this very naively now. Yeah, I'll have to look at that. But as you saw now, it was kind of my actual strategy, and this also paid off sometimes in my past, like exploring different key areas in a certain extent, but not going the full mile, because of course I could spend probably 5 months just doing everything in the animation thing. So I I'm aware of it, yes. Need to fix it. I have no idea why it is, but I think it's something with the kind of restarting of the animation. Something is not rendering for 1 or 2 frames or something. Obviously, it's weird. Yeah. So let's put a nice little knight here. It's nicer. The Mixamo knight. It has no animation, so it's not so disturbing. Okay. So, but let's move that down again. No, that's the wrong one. Because that's nicer for the audience. And we will move that up again. Cool. Okay. Yeah, thanks for that. Because and you're right. I mean, I have around 1,900 frames currently or something. So then you're bound to see something as kind of good enough or kind of like smooth enough when in fact it's broken for sure. And this is broken, right? I mean, this is bop. It's something's going on. Something's going on here. Good. So what next? I was thinking I will probably just render a small, like world origin, whatever is small, cube or something at 0, 0, 0, because now that makes it maybe easier. And let's just fire up Blender really quickly now. Just do a small cube or something. Let's just do that super quick. And I think that is fine. That is 2 meter high, so that's also a good kind of measure. And let's also do that. Let's make them both 0.10, 0.10. Oh, that's a small, nice little thingy. Transforms. Okay, that's maybe a little bit smallish here. No secret here. It's just Blender. So I did not make a 3D modeler here now. It's maybe the next thing, maybe the last thing I'll do. Just you can follow. That is fine. So we will just unwrap. Yes, I just had it cropped because it was too big before, but now so I think you can make it smaller. Good enough. Okay, good. So I think we can quickly export this to our asset folder here, and we will call this whatever. The origin post, and I think we can just it should just work as it is. It's just a mesh, and when we init our editor, but we're here, we're initting our editor, and we are importing a mesh already here. Yeah, I mean, this is very untidy still. I don't know what I did here. Let's just remove that. So the import is really still verbose. I consider it to be like the really low level API, but I also I did not now go into too much high level framework stuff again already. Until it's kind of really more, it has gained a bit more of maturity, and I can take better decisions of what and how to refactor it really. Now I'm unhappy because now I know that importing here automatically is just these 10 lines of code, which I probably now will just copy paste, which is not nice. I mean, I will at least move this into its own function. Yeah, import model by file name, and this will be the assets, whatever, origin post.glb, and let's create that as a function here, and let's just do that. And we'll need the editor state. So the editor state is my kind of, yeah, it's my state carrier, so to say. For now, it's a bit of a bigger object, but it has things related to pure rendering. It has text meshes for the menus, so that for sure will change later. But yeah, it's just, as I said, step by step, small things, cameras, text rendering dummy here. Yeah. But I mean, when I look at it now, I think it will probably be time in the next very few days to actually do probably a refactoring pass. I can do it on stream as well. It's probably those humble beginnings, they then start to to get a little bit problematic over time as well. Now I forgot what I wanted to do. I wanted to, no, just wanted to show the editor state. So now I do not have the vertex attributes, but I think I will probably, yeah, I will move this into the editor state now. Do I? Yeah, I think I will do. I think that makes sense. I think that makes sense. Vertex attributes. Because I think I have this here now as a local variable, which isn't really useful. I will move this into the editor state, which will belong into the graphics sub-object here. These are, so I think what this will be is position and texture vertex attributes. Pos UV vertex attributes. And we'll have the same here. And I will also move these ones here in. Vertex attributes animated. Yeah. Yes, of course. Who does not? Who does not? But the nice thing is, at least in the context of working on this project now, or in any development project, is if you do these small little steps, I think you're not so much in danger to procrastinate anything, because the next step is always kind of so small, it feels so logical, it feels so doable. Often it feels easy. Sometimes it turns out not to be easy, but you don't procrastinate because you do it, because you feel my next goal is like the stupidest goal. Is not my next goal, for example, would not be now to whatever. I would not formulate the goal as today to really finish that level editor and have in mind 5 gizmos, 6 views, whatever. This is not what I'm thinking about doing next, but what I'm doing next is really like, or when I was building this tab view, I was not thinking about, I mean, the end goal was the tab view, but the next step was only to render a quad in the first half of this main view. And it's so stupid simple that you cannot procrastinate, kind of. Yeah, it's like you trick yourself into, yeah, well, I mean, that's just like taking another breath. I mean, of course you will do it, right? There's nothing to think about, and nothing to be afraid of. And I because the problem I also had, I didn't mention before, when I have a too sophisticated architecture that I've written down in 10 papers, in 10 pages of paper, and everything looks nice, and I've drawn 25 diagrams. It kind of scares me. And sometimes then I start to procrastinate, and I don't start because the mountain is already so big, because I know it's 25 pages full of wonderful architecture, and I feel, how can I even implement this? And I will maybe fail, or I will then learn that my architecture failed and stuff like that. So for me, it's like, just do the next logical thing. It's also like when you go to the gym, you don't plan to go to the gym and then do 3 hours of workout. You just say, I'll pack my case. That's all I will do. And then you probably tie your shoes, and then you just go off, and you say, yeah, I'll just go there, and I can also leave immediately. Stuff like that. For me, that helps. Otherwise, so if the task is too big, I procrastinate totally. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, keeping everything super small kind of helps. And it's like pos UV vertex, and it's graphics. Pos UV. Yeah. Edit state. Graphics. These are only vertex attributes, and this is edit state. Graphics, animated vertex attributes. Okay, something is yes. Okay. Animated vertex attributes. Yeah, for me, absolutely. I mean, I don't have the wisdom, of course, but it's just I can tell, for me this works. For me, absolutely works, and I think our brain or our psychology is also kind of like, you can program it, and if you program it like in the wrong way, and this is different very much, I guess, for every personality, but if you program yourself in the wrong way, you can really get into trouble, kind of, because then you get into this pattern of procrastinating and stuff like that. But if you learn that kind of which kind of triggers work for you, yeah, I think it's probably more successful, because procrastination is, I think it's a problem, right? Because it's I mean, you're not doing stuff, and you probably then, while you're not doing stuff, you're very likely thinking of stuff, which leads to overthinking, which leads even less, which lessens the probability of starting something, because the more you think of it, the more scary it gets normally. I think so. Yeah, that's the cycle, I guess. Yeah, I mean, I also did not. I was also not born with this kind of idea. Yeah, I also realized it super late, kind of. I mean, it's like constant learning and constant learning about yourself, and I think especially as developers, I think we're kind of always on our edge of what we actually can do with our brains as humans, because developing is complicated for humans. You can only have 7 pieces on your brain stack, or maybe 10 or whatever if you're really good, but not 100, which would be practical. So I think it's always hard, and it's always like very easy to question yourself anyway, because it's normal, because nothing works essentially all the time on average, and you're kind of fixing all the time. It never feels like you're fully in control, and DirectX just throws an error at you. It's the driver level error, and you think, wow, what have I done? Why is the world against me today? No, so I think it's really it's a good trick to keep everything so bite-sized, bit-sized, and small, like in everything you do, especially also in development. That it's just, I mean, you cannot not do it essentially. Like it's like, yeah, okay, it's just I will whatever. Yeah, this really helps, but sometimes I forget it, of course, because the act of planning is also nice, and you do it and you feel you're doing good because you're kind of you're setting yourself up for success because you're planning everything very nicely and you're doing architecture, which is also part of your project, part of your game, part of your whatever editor of your crosshair genie, whatever it is. It's part of it, and that's true. Um, but yeah, sometimes it kind of is already a sign that you're not ready to just start. And yeah, so I think the streams will not be online. But for example, if you would look for my streams of this project right away from whatever 10 days ago, I mean, I literally started here on Twitch with a triangle, right? So I did not plan. This is the Twitch master plan to write this whatever editor engine and game. I mean, yeah, very abstract. Yes, of course. I mean, I wanted to write a game, and I felt actually I started with not the editor in mind. I just started with I'll just write this engine. Probably some people will join in who also kind of like watching and learning this stuff. And I've done it a few times, so I think I can do it in a pace which is also enjoyable to watch. But I wasn't even thinking of the editor. So the editor started as a quad because I was first demonstrating how to render the triangle, then it was a quad, then it was a texture quad, and then I just thought, okay, maybe I just render 5-6 quads in a specific arrangement, and then came the frame buffer. So yeah, but then if you look at it after 3 weeks or whatever it was, if it is even 3 weeks, I don't know. I don't really know, really. Yeah, it's kind of something already. By the way, anyway, let's start it. I want to see if I broke something. Yeah, I broke it. Yeah, of course, because I moved it into the editor state. That's perfectly fine. So yeah, I mean, what I did is just I moved these like really local variables out of this local scope, and so I can reuse it in different places because as you might know, as a DirectX programmer, you always need these layout descriptions. Call it the vertex attributes here, and yeah, I need it in different places, and I needed to make this now available in a better place. Animated vertex attributes, and this is just the pos editor state graphics pos UV vertex attributes, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, that makes sense. It is not there anymore. It's graphics, and it's called animated vertex attributes now. This is the editor state graphics, and this is pos UV. Pos UV vertex attributes, and 4 left. These are the nice errors actually. Functions as 2 parameters. Yes, because I need to give it the editor state. As always, this is kind of the master control object. Everybody needs this. Am I right? No, okay, it's different. It's the editor state. Yeah, I think the problem with perfect anything, especially code, is yeah, I mean, you know, what did you say? I think what was it called? The enemy of good is perfect or something. Yeah, but I know where you're coming from, and I think the problem is also that you always learn, right? So if you redo something the next time after 1 month or after 1 year or whatever, after 2 days maybe, you learned already something new. You read something, you saw someone doing it, whatever, and then you want to do it not only good, you want to do it perfect because now you know how it works. And I think that's also one trick to kind of completely release yourself from this perfectionism. I know it sounds much easier than it is done, because it is probably a trait of your personality, as it is of many people, and I think also of many developers, because I think as developers we kind of are always told by the programs we develop and by our very daily business that if we are not kind of perfect, yeah, there will be all these kind of bugs, and there will be nasty leaks and runtime errors and hard to find things, and will be called in the middle of the night, or in case of a game, people will write on Steam that, yeah, the crappy thing doesn't work, or it crashes, save game doesn't work, whatever, and it's just totally embarrassing, and it's kind of like you feel like your life is threatened. So you tend to search and hunt perfectionism, but I think you're sabotaging yourself as a person, and I don't mean you specifically, but like anybody who does it. I think it's kind of hurting the cause, actually. But yeah, it's so easier to talk about it than to recognize that you're actually doing it. And this is why I was also kind of trying to experiment with this. I did not stream a lot before that, actually, so I just tried to do it in a very relaxed way and just do it like in these small super baby micro steps, and like even being watched by someone probably, but still kind of like sticking to that and seeing if that kind of also can lead to an outcome. And we will see. Maybe I the whole code base completely crumbles by next Wednesday, whatever. But yeah, so far it actually kind of feels good. It's still under control. So let's knock on wood that it stays this way. Because sometimes it slips away, as we know, as you've said. So this is the POS UV. And two left. And this is position only, that's fine. Editor state, graphics. I think with this I was so clever to actually call it exactly this. Yeah. Editor state, graphics, position only vertex attributes. Yes, absolutely. Of course, I would love to know it. Yes, absolutely. What was it that changed it for you? Which kind of event? Ah, yes, yeah, yes. I'm also a Wim fan. I mean, I also had. This is already some years ago. I actually did a stream where I just tried to code something. I mean, I did code something on Vim, also in C++. And it attracted some people because they kind of liked this Zen-like experience to just work in Vim. Yeah, I love Vim, and as you say, it's so minimalistic. It's so lightweight in a way. It is fat-free, right? And it still can work. And I can fully relate to that. I think I went to a similar experience actually, and also with Vim, because sometimes all these helping functions here that you see, and for example, I mean, I don't know if I can produce it now, but sometimes I'm here and I don't have any AI plugin or something. I don't pay for that because this is the Sea Lion ID out of JetBrains, and it also has this stupid artificial intelligence plugin, which I don't even have activated, but they want to always sell it to me. And sometimes it's just, I'm standing there and I just want to kind of like create the function, like the function body, but it just always, or like every third time, it just starts to propose some AI or whatever idea. And I said no, and I cannot get rid of it. And I just say control space, and it just keeps popping up. And this would not happen in Vim or Emacs or something like that. I mean, it's just, maybe it's not a good example, but it's just like sometimes it distracts yourself. And the funny thing I saw with Vim is that when you get so attached to having these type of heads and intelligence things, and in Vim you don't have them probably. I mean, I think you can have similar things. It feels different, right? I mean, even you have a different way to code. Maybe you stay more in one file, which is good or not good. I'm not sure, but it really changes the approach, the feel of it totally. And it's not just the way you type or stuff. Yeah, it's just exactly. Yeah, you're really kind of on your own, right? I mean, it's like um, it. I think what it also does, um, it also helps in doing these small steps, right? Because you're kind of forced to it. Because in these huge development environments, they kind of invite you to do bigger strides, to do bigger steps, to say, well, I will just whatever, I will mark 10 files and I will now do a bigger refactoring. It's just a renaming maybe, but sometimes things can then really get ugly soon because they promise you, yeah, it's fine. You can change the class name and I will refactor it in 1000 files, no problem. And then you find it also found a text file where it changed the name and some all of a sudden a configuration does no longer work, something like that. Something that you have no chance to do in Vim. So you don't even try that. Yeah, you just do these baby steps because there's no help, there's no refactoring, there's no IntelliSense, there's no type ahead. Probably not even a nice, super sophisticated syntax highlighting. Maybe not even that. So I know what you mean. I mean, I then decided to not fully go Vim for these kind of bigger projects because especially, I mean, it depends. I don't need IntelliSense for like what I call my own code. I mean, it's nice to have it, but I think I don't really need it. Where I really like to have kind of IntelliSense is when I'm just kind of navigating an API, right? And the API is not really logical, like OpenGL or DirectX. I mean, there's some logic to it, but it's not like you cannot really learn it in a way that you just can predict what's next because it's just these weird 7 parameters and pointers to pointers and weird enums. And there I feel in Vim it is harder to do some OpenGL or DirectX programming, for example. Although I guess there is some option, some plugin for sure to help you with that. But when I used Vim, I only used the bare bones Vim, like whatever, apt install Vim, and that was it. So yeah, absolutely, yes, absolutely. Those simple, lightweight programs. And I mean, there is a saying which I think is totally true. It's like you kind of find true art or true beauty when there's just nothing more left that you can leave out, right? Because you can always be like bloated, and the program can actually be always like 2 times as big as it would need to be. It still does the thing, but it's actually maybe too big. So, but it's probably not nice. But if it just does, if you just have exact the amount of code that is needed for the thing to be done, like for my editor to run, but nothing less, I cannot leave anything out because otherwise then the editor would start anymore. It wouldn't be an editor anymore. Then that would be kind of like the ultimate goal, because then it's as lightweight as it can be, because it can never be lighter, right? I mean, I cannot not present. I cannot not clear the screen or something like that, right? This is something I cannot leave out, but I can probably, I'm not forced to do whatever, 25 layers of abstraction between every call to the GPU. I can, and maybe it is helpful, but maybe most of the time it's not. And yeah, that's why I strive for that. But that's what makes it interesting, because it's hard to achieve, right? But I try to have it as fat free as possible, actually, right? I mean, if someone spots something here that says, "Oh, but that's not fat free at all," then I'm happy to get it pointed out, because you're always in the tunnel blick, in the tunnel vision. And so yeah, but I fully agree. It's just yeah, okay, yeah, that's cool. Jump to definition. I mean, that's really just nice. Yeah, if you're used to that. And yeah, also stuff like this is nice. I mean, I will not lie, it's some of these convenience of live functions, I mean, they're convenient, yeah. But it's, yeah, I mean, I probably try also to start this program, for example, in Vim, this code, and just try to see if I can navigate around even. Like if I find my way around or if I'm just completely lost, and I'm much more relying on intelligence that I'm maybe willing to admit. Perfectly fine. Perfectly possible. Yeah, it could be the case. Yeah. Yeah, I agree. Because if you're too much concerned with where is this function, where could it be, and you think of where on the file system it is, and then you have to call on E, you have to open it or whatever, and I agree. It just keeps you going, and you just move from one spot to the other. I agree. So does this work now? Let's just see if it works. Yeah, I think at least it works as it was before. Okay, yeah, okay, so now what you actually wanted to do, I admit I completely forgot what I wanted to do, but I think I will find it out again. I was here in the edit domain. Where was it? I know I needed some attribute to render. Yeah, no, it was the origin post. Yes, of course. Yes. Yeah, I think that NeoVim I used it once. Yeah, I understand this is the natural evolution of Vim, right? And yeah, and it has a mouse mode. Okay, you disabled it, which is good, because I think using the mouse in Vim kind of defeats the purpose, I guess. But it's just this idea that you are always on the keyboard, right? Which I totally like. It's totally cool. So I would turn it off too. But I think what the biggest advantage for NeoVim probably was when I use it. So when I do gaming or game programming, I do it mostly or like exclusively under Windows, and Vim, for whatever reason, whatever Windows Vim and whatever it was called, it just didn't run well. It was just kind of weird. It was just not working well, and I think that NeoVim is just much better integrated just as a modern Windows program, just as a normal Windows application. I think it's what I remember or I heard. So that's also speaking for NeoVim. I think it's much more polished, kind of, I guess. No, so NeoVim I don't really use. I mean, NeoVim or Vim as in general, I don't know. I had years where I kind of almost exclusively used it. So in the job I used all the IDEs, but like when I did my hobby projects, I almost coded exclusively in Vim, and I got really fast with it, and I got kind of good. But it kind of faded away a little bit when I think there was one day when I just out of fun I tried something out again. I think it was probably even the ugly Visual Studio, like the real Visual Studio, not the code thing. After kind of years of Vim of C++ programming, and I felt, okay, it's also kind of relieving to be able to have this kind of intelligence and to have these nice functions. I mean, I don't know if you have, probably, I guess you will have, it sounds like you have, because I never got that much into macros or like how to build my actual software, stuff like that. So I always kind of went into the command line, or I had a terminal window open where I had some watcher that always compiled in the background, stuff like that. And I felt fine with that. But then I tried one of those convenient mainstream IDEs. I don't even know which it was, but I think it was Visual Studio, which normally I don't even like, but I just tried it out. I don't know, one day out of boredom. And I felt so kind of, okay, it's actually cozy. It's after being the Vim barefoot nerd for some time. I thought, okay, it's actually, I have to admit it. Because there is also one other piece of truth, which is there is, I believe, of course, we have some kind of brain capacity, like at any moment, right? So we only have 100% of what we have. And if it takes some room to just always think of where is the file, and also I tended to not create a new file because I just thought, oh, then I have this file switching option, so I will just stay in that one file. And I think this is probably also not healthy for the code at some point in time. And but yeah, I think you can write any program in Vim, and it also depends on your proficiency, I guess, and how good you are in Vim. Yeah, so and I was good in the basics, but I kind of, for whatever reason, I never explored the whole plugin universe, stuff like that, because I think you can really help yourself a lot with these macros and whatever plugins you write and extensions, whatever they are called there. So yeah. And actually, I always used Vim, and I also programmed. Back then, I also programmed a lot of C and C++ programs under Linux, and there was always, anyway, kind of much more natural. But on Windows, Vim, as I said, it just didn't run well. It was, yeah. Tmux is cool. So you have these virtual kind of screens. Yeah. And I think in Tmux, you can also have these very efficient key bindings, right? So you can just jump to whatever your build window. Yeah. I mean, I used a very similar setup, actually. Also had MS Build or whatever, my CMake build script, whatever it was. And yeah, but it's, now I just press Control F9, and it's also building, and yeah. But I mean, this costs money here. So this Sea Lion actually costs, I don't know, is it €100 per year? $100. So this is not for free, and I think NeoVim is for free. So yeah, it is what it is. Yeah, I mean, that's also some things that I tried to kind of have the Vim kind of editing in these editors. But the problem is within these editors, then I tried this because I know, because especially after longer sessions of using Vim, you get so used to this kind of just moving around and jumping around with the hands on the keyboard. But the problem was then in such an editor, because this works perfectly well in Vim, but in such an editor as here, it's like I have this small little world in this one window here where I'm in like Vim-like universe, but I don't really have, or I don't memorize the key bindings now to jump to this file, for example, right? If I'm here and I want to see what the STB image header really looks like, I'm sure there is a shortcut for that. I mean, probably there is, I think, but I just don't know it. I always forget these kind of things, and then I would be forced to use the mouse anyway. And so it always felt weird to me. And like also in Visual Studio, I think you have this Vim mode, and I activated it. And here it's also, I think it's in a plugin, you can activate it. I always felt weird. It was then like, it's a mixture of Vim and something else. It's like a Vim with a mouse. And I always felt that was weird. Yes, I mean, you're true. You're true. You're right. Yes, I agree. Yes, I agree. But then also at one point, like I was really like fanatic about these things, and like kind of saving time on this level, like word editing or whatever, line editing or whatever. But then I also realized that this is probably not the battle, that if I win it or if I lose it, like my speed in word editing, that is really like significant for the outcome of my project. What I absolutely sign up to is to say, yeah, well, but if it kind of makes me nervous if it takes too long, or if it feels bad using the mouse, stuff like that, I fully agree, because then it makes you uncomfortable, and then it makes you tired, and it makes you angry, and this is also not good. And I think it's just different from person to person. For me, I kind of just for me now it feels okay to work in such an IDE. It's just it's okay, and I like that. For example, I like that IDE much more than, for example, Visual Studio. I cannot work in Visual Studio anymore without being or without feeling really bad and feeling kind of always held back. And so yeah, I mean that's not good for sure. Also in these kind of micro issues, like if you say, I want to change this and it just doesn't feel right, or if the scrolling doesn't feel right, or if yeah, I mean I fully get it. And I think it's a valid reason to use an IDE if that's what is important to you. And I think that's totally valid. Absolutely, yeah. Just found for me, while I thought this was super important to me, I found out, okay, it's not that important to me actually, because of course I'm not that fast if I don't do Control V or something like that, and I just go there because I do it like with double click and stuff like that. But it's, for me, it seems to be under a threshold where it's still okay for me, and it doesn't make me totally tired or angry or whatever. So yeah. Yeah, and exactly. I mean, they are just not one to one. Exactly. I mean, they're just kind of like emulations, or they're like interpretations. Exactly. It just doesn't. It also doesn't have the snappiness, right? I think it isn't as quick, because this is the absolute cool thing about like the original Vim, especially on the terminal, or like my gold standard was always like really using it in native Linux. It is just so fucking quick, and you can load a huge file into it, and it just will not choke. And the jumping around is so quick. There is no lag. It's super fast. It's always snappy, even if it's a whatever 1 GB text file. And you don't get that here, right? It feels like a laggy pseudo version of Vim with a mouse. That's why I don't like to use it in this area here. So let's see. Let's try to at least get the post running. Then I think anyway I have to go do some chores, but let's render this post. Let's at least render this post. Where do we do it? We do it in the render level function, right? So yeah, that's a good point. And I think it's what you mentioned now about Visual Studio is probably on a similar level that what I experienced when I came back after a long time. It felt so sluggish, it felt so bloated, it felt so big, it felt so yeah, as you said, kind of this kind of micro lag. It's kind of like it's sometimes it's kind of like stalling, really, like when especially for the whatever intelligence cache or whatever it is doing. It's like it's trying to help me, and it's trying to make this prediction now, but it's kind of like it's stalling. I cannot do anything, and and this is not a one-time thing and then it's over. No, it's just, it was constantly happening, and I was thinking, oh my god, really, Visual Studio got worse every year. And I think they have maybe a similar problem to what we discussed at the beginning of the stream, like when it's probably it's got over their head or something. I don't know. It's probably don't have it under control fully. It sounds stupid because of course Visual Studio is a super complex program which can do 1 million things and can do it rather well still, but the feel, yeah. And then I tried the Sea Lion, and it's, of course, it's also a huge IDE and it could be faster, but it's fine. I think it's much less laggy for me, at least, than Visual Studio. So that's essentially why I use it. It just feels smoother, and I like smoothness. I think like everybody does. So we render the grid, and then we will render our post. And I think we can just do this. First, let's get rid of this. We don't need this. And we will just render. We'll just write our default render code, essentially. No, I remember what I really wanted to do first is of course to import the thing, and this was why I went on a tangent to write this function, and now so let's test out the function actually. Yes, that would be very nice. Thank you very much for joining me and joining in, and thanks very much for the following. And I hope to see you again. And have a good day. Have a good weekend. See you. So let's see. Let's finish that off. So we do not need to remember it. We just have it there. Yeah, I think it was in the init editor stuff. Somewhere I am importing this model here. Where am I doing it? Where am I doing it? Import model from import model by file name. Yeah, that's what I want. Yes, okay. So this will be a standard string. This will be a standard string, which is the actual file name. So this will then be the file name. And we will just use the file name, and I made a function for that where I can just have the file name. File name from path. That's what I did. So now I need to find back. Import model by file name. Okay. So now we will do this. This is the file name, and we will store it under the file name. Yep. And nobody's calling that, right? Oh, okay. I'm calling it. No, maybe I deleted something which I shouldn't have deleted. I'm not totally sure. Yeah, maybe I did. That's fine. We have the local history. We have it here, and let's go back half an hour. And let's look at init. Let's look at test GLB. No. No. We need to dig further back. Test GLB. Here we go. I see. Yeah, I see. Okay. Yeah, no, that should work then. Okay. This should actually work then. init editor, init editor, init editor. No, I need actually both. And I need for sure test.glb because I want to render it in my level editor. Let's open the wonderful level editor. Okay, now we have it. What, 2 times? That's weird. That's weird. Where is it? And this is what is, it's the origin post. Okay, that's fine. Yeah. That's the origin post. That is fine. Okay, no, but actually it's not that bad. It is not that bad. I think we will just need to see when we are creating our test game objects. We're creating our test game objects. It's called test.glb. That's fine. I mean, that should actually. Let's see. Let's see. So do we have a mesh group? I guess we have not, yes. So is the mesh group pool has 3 meshes. One is called test.glb. Ah, okay. Oh. Oh. Ah, yes. Okay, something did not work in the import model by file name section. I think that this is yeah. Mesh group name. And I think that should be it. That should be it. So now if we yes, now we see our guy again, the hero. And let's quickly check if this also still works. Yeah, it's still working. Let's go back to the level, and now we want to render our post in the origin position. And we will do that in our, come on, render level editor, render grid, and yeah, I mean, let's probably just remember this. Render post. And just go there. We will, yeah, it's not actually, it's not that much code. You will just now just put it on here. No. Hello, thanks for asking and thanks for joining in. The renderer is, so it's a custom engine written by myself. The renderer is DirectX 11, if that's what you ask. Otherwise, please let me know. And yeah, so it's a 2.5 or 3 week old project, and yeah, we're just moving along, writing the engine, writing the editor, everything from scratch, and hopefully soon start with writing an actual game in all this, but really building it up from bottom up. So this is in C++, and the rendering backend is Direct 3D 11. I hope this answers the question, but feel free to ask any other question, of course. So just use that. Exactly. Yes. So these are the only libraries at the moment. Simp for the import. Well, how hard was it? Hard, but doable. I mean, it's not my first time I do it. So I've written some of these libraries, like kind of small hobby game engines before in my life. So I thought now it's cool to share it with some people on the stream. But I mean, this stuff is never easy. Don't get me wrong. But the hardest part was actually the animation, like what I showed before, like this thingy here. Where is it? It's fired up once more. This is quite complicated, actually. I'm using GLTF, and I'm using the binary version of it, like GLB. So the hardest thing was this, like these skeletal mesh animation things. So this is not a spectacular animation, but that it works. It would also work with a walk animation or whatever you have. And this is just rough beginnings now. It's just a few days work or few weeks work. Like the static meshes are not that complicated. I can also show you in Blender. This is how you would this is, for example, this post I just created. I want to have it in the middle of the world just for now to have some orientation, and I just select it and I just export it as a GLTF 2.0 file, right? So you just, then you give it the name, where do you want to have it, like I call it the origin post here. And I don't even have to change anything now because my async importer just finally knows how to import it. So don't even, you just export it. It just ends up here, and you can just import them like that. Origin. No, let's better call it post. Yeah, I need to just call it. So this is the code. I can show it to you. I mean, this is just the code invoking it, but this is the actual importer here. Import mesh from file, and yeah, this is what it does. So I'm using async here. I'm reading the file. I'm doing a little bit of pre-processing, and yeah. Yeah, the animations are annoying, and they are kind of complicated. We can even walk it through quickly without boring you too much, but it's just like, where do we do it actually? Okay, this is just the material and texture stuff, because it's also rather nice, because as you saw, they were all textured and I don't have to load anything extra here. Then I'm actually doing here just the normal geometry, and that's still easy. But now comes the weird stuff. Now is the skeleton import. Yeah, I just check, does this mesh have bones? Because maybe it does not. Then I don't even go here. Then I created my skeleton structure, and I have some maps. There's a lot of mapping of the joints with their names, because that's actually a bit weird how it's stored in async actually, but this is what it is. And then I immediately use the animations, because it's even weirder in Asim that some of the joints are not even in their primary data structure, but it's just they are used in one of the animations. So I had to look into the animations before, and I see if I can find some joints in there. Joints equals bones, and then yeah, traverse all the joints that I found, make the parent-child hierarchy. Yeah, I don't want to dig too deep now into that, but you can just get a feeling by scrolling through it. That's nasty code, and I mean it's not nasty code, but it's complicated, and if things don't work, for example, here is just checking if at most 4 joints, if the weights, how they influence a certain mesh, if this adds up to 1, for example. I was naively just checking for 1 before, but then I found, okay, yeah, by reading documentation that it's just not always 1. Yeah, it's just slightly off. It's just the way Asim works, or it's probably even the exporter from Blender who does the GLTF export. Maybe that's already an issue. Stuff like that. It's just things that you can find out, and yeah, and that's not even now playing the animation. That's just like kind of just storing it. Yeah, but I mean this, I won't lie. I mean this was not easy, right? So it's not the first time I did it. I think it was the second or third time I did it in my life, and it was never fun to do it. And I was very happy when that worked, because that was a kind of a big step. Okay, so now let's see. I want to render now my this origin post. Render my level editor. Yeah, and the editor that you see is also just quads essentially, right? I mean, it's just yeah, it's really made from scratch, and the text is just text rendering. I also use an STB library here. It's STB TrueType. Also fun. Text rendering is also very fun, quote unquote. But it works, and it's still quite fast. So currently we're still under 1 millisecond per frame. So it's around 1900 frames at the moment. So this is in microseconds. It's, if I do not have a model open, it's around 500, 600 microseconds. So it's okay. But for example, if I load my small test blob that is animated, it's 700, 800 microseconds. So I guess that's also not super efficient or something, but it's still, I mean, there's something going on. All of this is rendered here. There is also some scrolling going on already. Stuff like that. That makes it a little bit slower, as you can see. It's probably not perfect at all, but yeah. Some things are working, but yeah. Step by step, slowly, one by one. Okay. Yeah, and today we're actually working on the on what is called the level editor, because these are just editors for the actual meshes, because I just wanted to be able to specifically also like for having animations here, like easy to blend them and stuff. Okay, so you're asking a very good question. Yeah, is there a reason why you went with building your own instead of, say, Ogre? Yeah, I mean, I tried Ogre some time ago, like years ago. It's nice, but the main reason, to give you an answer, is I'm just totally drawn to really understanding how these things work, and I just find that so much more exciting. And I just feel more motivated and to carry on working, in comparison to when all these problems are already solved. And I said before, okay, it was annoying, it was boring, or it was hard. Yeah, that's true. But in the other end, it feels so fulfilling, because if this works, I mean, I was really happy, and I think it's even live on stream. Is it? I'm not sure. Maybe I didn't stream this part, but I mean, that was really cool to see that work, right? To see this animation working finally, and to see the tabs working and stuff like that. It's just so much more rewarding for me. Yeah, but it takes much more time. And I mean, that's also for sure. And but in the end, I think it's kind of like a calculation that everybody has to make for himself. Like what what is more interesting, what is more fun, what motivates me to carry on. And yeah, and I found Ogre also kind of bloated. I mean, it was kind of complicated to build, like big, and yeah. So and Irrlicht, I think Irrlicht is cool. It's a very old engine, dare I say. Um, so I think the problem with Irrlicht, although I probably have not looked into it 8 years since 8 years or something, so maybe they have totally modernized it, and I'm not saying total crap, then I apologize right away. But my what I remember is that it is an engine that's very very cool, but I think it is really kind of from a different rendering era, and so but maybe they completely reworked it 5 times. I don't know. Maybe they did. So please let me know if they did. Um, but yeah, also with this kind of editor is like really what I wanted to see and achieve, is to see how far can I come with a very simplistic and lightweight approach actually, right? So I do not have um, the goal to rival some professional GUI libraries or something, not at all. It was just like I have an idea how that could actually work with a few draw calls to do something like an editor, and the experiment is really like, is that true? is that really is that really true, or am I just completely hitting a roadblock and hitting a wall very soon? But I think it's already something here, and you can also resize and stuff, and it works. So yeah, kind of still happy as it is now. So yeah. Yeah, the time and the headache. Yes. But what I say, it's a headache of the good sort. That's how I call it. And I really like to go to sleep in the night and think about these topics, rather than thinking about, for example, why doesn't Ogre do what I wanted to do? Or why doesn't Unreal do what I wanted to do? Or how could I bring Ogre or Unreal or Unity or Godot to do what I want, because I have this idea for a specific whatever terrain rendering algorithm, and how could I not trick it into doing that? And do I need to write a plugin and stuff like that? And I fully understand that a lot of people will say, hey, but that's also exciting and that's also interesting. And I fully agree. That's perfectly fine. It's just not for me. I really like to have this kind of freedom where I know I'm like kind of rather low level, like as low level as you can kind of pragmatically get in these days. Probably it's not much low leveling. I mean, you can use a Vulkan render or something like that, of course. But still, it feels very similar, I think, to what I do now. And I just enjoy doing it. Yeah. So, but it's a headache, but it's a kind of headache that I accept to have, or even enjoy to have. Let's put it that way. Yeah, but it's like a little baby. You see it run. You see it. I think those first streams from 2 or 3 weeks ago, they will probably be deleted now from Twitch, I guess. But you can see it started with a triangle, really. So and then came a quad, and then the second quad, and so yeah. Then came the text and the models, and so yeah, it's already quite nice for what it is. So now let's render this post. Try to render the post. So we need to have actually we now need to find out of our mesh pool the correct name. I think it should be origin post. It should be, I think. Yeah, I mean, you can, yes, absolutely. I mean, you can almost always go deeper, right? I mean, you can go kernel level, you can go, and then you can go hardware. essentially, right? I mean, you can just say, well, I'm not happy with how computers are working or how the process are working. I'm creating my own machine. Yeah. Um, it's just so that would be an argument where you can say, yeah, well, I mean, let's because that's even high level from that point of view. What I'm doing now. Yeah. So I think actually. I think it's important for everybody to find personally the level of enjoyment, which where it's kind of the most enjoyment. Um, exactly. Like, I mean, this reinventing the wheel is just it's totally true and not true. And why I think it's kind of not true is um, while you are, and I think it's more true that when you're more the more low level, like, the more low level you are, yes, you are reinventing the wheel potentially and for sure in some circumstances. On the other hand, while you are reinventing the wheel, you're kind of moving along a certain path of knowledge or experience and also exploration. Like it's like really, I think you can imagine it like you are like really moving through a jungle or whatever, where you normally you're not supposed to be because why are you there? Because it's much more convenient to be in the city, right? But you are in this jungle and you kind of you try to find your way and you might find gold, so to say. I mean, you might find something while you're reinventing the wheel, for example, just writing the 1 millionth skeletal mesh renderer. Yeah, I'm fully aware that there's millions of people probably who have done this and much better as well, probably. But while I'm doing that and while I'm actually understanding how it works, I might also explore for myself and find things that I would not be able to find in Unreal or in Ogre because I'm not even at that place, if you know what I mean. I'm just not even discovering these kind of options. Because, for example, I'm seeing then, okay, yeah, it's actually okay. I have all these joints. I have them in my hand and I have debugged them 1,000 times and I have really seen how the hierarchy works. And I feel then I have out of this I can give birth to a lot of ideas what I could do with this data in my animation editor now, right? And I'm also not saying that this would be something totally revolutionary, probably not, but maybe it's something that is just not exactly available in that form in Unity or Unreal or whatever, because it's just because yeah, I don't know. I just had this idea, and I was already working on this low-level data, and I was having it in my hands, and this I think can give them birth to also probably some innovation at some point because you are like being on this very low level actually, and the high level, the more high level you are, the more you have to accept what is given to you, and it is very convenient, of course. But yeah, you're also bound, and the problem is if you're so high level and you still want to do a little bit something that is off the path. Wow, I mean things then also get hard in a kind of weird way, and it's you really have to work around the block, and it's totally weird, and probably the performance is very very bad because you just don't have the control on the layers below. So but it's, as I said, I think everybody and every company or whatever, every team has to find the perfect level of enjoyment, and I think it also must fit very well to the actual problem, right? I mean, do you want to just write a very standard first person or third person shooter, then probably just use an engine that is known to be working very well with that. But if you're doing something like, I don't remember the name now, but there is this one game, I think it's got something with Glade or something, where you just build these kind of towns and houses and castles on a very specific way, and it's just rendered in a very nice way, but it's just really very specific how each vertex is treated, I suppose. And I think I know it's also, this was totally custom written, but it's a very specific gameplay, very very specific, and I can't imagine how you could do that in a custom engine, for example, just as one example. So then it's also necessary kind of to do it, yeah. But it's, yeah, and there's also just a learning effect, just to to also feel better and feel more secure when you're using Godot, Unity, Unreal after you have written your own engine. I would say 1 or 2 or 3 times, because it's you really have to do it. I think actually more than once probably to really get it. And yeah, so but this is the old discussion, right? I mean, it's an interesting one. Reinventing or not, and reusing or not. Yeah, it's always, this is always an open question. Yeah. Absolutely agree to your last point. Yeah. So what you say is like fine, but there's just then so much time spent on this core technology and not spent on the game. Yes, I mean, I fully agree. I fully agree, and this is why here I try to actually not totally then go totally crazy and spend whatever 1 year or whatever just with this engine. Now I really want to kind of also demonstrate to myself and to everyone who is invited to join, of course, the journey to see if you can do this crazy thing, like write an engine and even write a small little editor, but still move at a like reasonable pace and actually build a game with it. So that's really absolutely the goal. It's not just like go totally nuts with the editor nobody will use anyway, but it's just the 500th editor in this week that someone built. No, I think it is I mean, but it is true. It is time that I'm spending now with this vertex array that I could already spend on the game. But just one thing that is just only true for me, probably, and for myself, is I tend to make better games, more original games, in my opinion, of course, right? I mean, other people may say, yeah, they're still crap, whatever. But I tend to make better games, in my opinion, this way also, right? If I kind of I build it up and I'm not just confronted with everything already. But this is, of course, is purely subjective, and I'm totally aware that a lot of people will totally enjoy to have a nice and a much more powerful editor than I can deliver here, and just create the world and build everything and drag and drop, and that's fine. I don't know. For me, it always felt disconnected. But it's really probably just me. Yeah. No, it's a road to go. That yeah, I fully understand if you don't want to go down that road. So yeah, but you can enjoy watching it a bit if you want. So yeah. But anyway, I really will try to move forward to actually writing a game, because otherwise it would also be kind of be just like an exercise in itself, which is also probably not bad. But I really also want to prove to myself that also a game will come out of this, and it's not just whatever an editor that can render some figures. Yeah, it's just that would not be good enough. Yeah, so. So let's actually render something again, because that should be now. I think we need to do it a little bit different. I think we actually need this code, and I'm not happy to copy it now. I think I'll probably do it for now, because this is actually what is necessary to render it now. So it's horrible. It's kind of horrible. It's just so much code. The only question is, do I refactor it right away or tomorrow? This is the only question. Yeah, I think this is yeah, thank you. Because I think there is some truth in exactly, yeah, that's exactly what I was about to say, kind of, it's more like, look, if every game developer in the world would just use one of three engines, and I think a lot of people are currently using Unreal Engine specifically, and also like companies where you could argue, okay, they have 500 people or whatever, or 50 people, and why don't they just develop their own engine, or they have one and they abandon it and stuff like that? Because if everybody uses the same and everybody starts at exactly the same baseline, maybe the outcome is also very similar then, very same-ish. I think a lot of people also see that in the games that come out from these engines, because I think it is true that a lot of, or people say, well, it's just a tool, like any engine is just a tool, and you can make completely different things. But I think what people forget about that is, while it's true, I think what people forget is that if you use an engine, let's stick with Unreal. Of course, it gives you certain paths that are easier to do, and they are quicker to do, and many other potentially maybe even endless paths and ways to use it that are not easy to do, and that are much similar to when you invent the wheel. So what will people do? Out of economic pressure, of course, and it's totally understandable, they will go the paths that are kind of already prepared for you, that are already treaded, where it's really just more click and it's there, and it's not like, oh, I need to think about this a lot. I need to probably study the source code of Unreal now, how they are doing it, how I could manipulate it. Because when they would do this, it would feel again very, very time consuming, right? So nobody, I think, does this, because when the motivation was to be super quick and to be just super efficient in the first place, and not to deal with kind of hard or low-level problems. That's why you probably chose to use something like Unreal in the first place, which is totally fine, because everybody's under time pressure anyway. But yeah, I think this is why I hear a lot of people also say when you look at videos from whatever video game shows, where they show new demos, or mostly trailers anyway, then it's like they blend into each other. Like it's 7 third-person shooters in a row or something like that. And yeah, is this still the same game, or did they already change the game, or am I still watching the game from before? And yeah, but if you're forced to kind of start from zero, or you have just your own engine, which even if it's an old engine, it has some characteristics baked in. It's like the way the lighting is calculated, stuff like that. And if it gives it character, doesn't mean it's necessarily better or has a higher quality than something like Unreal, for example. But it gives it character. And I think it's also interesting for us as a consumer, if you are a gamer, to kind of see these kind of characteristics, right? That certain engines have. I think that kind of makes it interesting, yeah. But yeah. Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's like these kind of shortcuts. It's like these tricks. These like, yeah, exactly. Yeah, I fully agree. This is one of the reasons I didn't mention, but that's why I showed you the frame time currently, which is 500 microseconds. So it's not even 1 millisecond currently. So we're now in the realm of 2000 frames, which is, you might say, yeah, of course, because there's nothing on it. Yeah, I agree. But if you start, I think if I would now start Unreal Engine, it would probably take 20 minutes to start up anyway. But if I just render an empty level, I think it would not be much more than 200 or 300 frames, if even, because there's so much going on in the background and so much eventualities being checked and what is going on. And I'm not even talking of Lumen or not, and then if and yes. And there's just so much going on that you always pay kind of this price, even if your game is just Tetris, right? So, whereas I guess I could make a Tetris game with 2000 frames easily, which probably people don't need, but you could do it, and it's much efficient. You could play it probably on a whatever NVIDIA 950 card from 15 years ago. As you say, now you're kind of forced into buying a new GPU, and even if you buy a new GPU, it still looks like crap, right? You have all these artifacts, you have this ghosting, the temporal anti-aliasing thing, you have the frame generation, all these kind of things. Yeah. Yeah. No, and it's actually, I mean, it's a shame. It's really not. It's just not how it was actually, right? I mean, when you bought a GPU back in the day, whatever, 15, 20 years ago, it was really, it really gave you something new, something better. And now it feels like it has stalled completely. And it feels like the art of pulling out the last performance of a of a GPU or CPU has kind of been lost, right? I mean, it's like, because I think this was like part of the game always of being a game developer, to, like, when you think of Quake or Doom, like, if you imagine there was not, at least for Doom, there was not even a GPU available. Yeah, I think Quake then also, I think, ran on software first, but then it ran on a GPU a little bit later with OpenGL. But if you imagine how that already looked like, relatively good. I mean, super well, and it did not even run on a GPU, right? Not on a bad GPU, no, not on any GPU at all. It just ran on the CPU with all the physics, with all the collision detection, everything, right? I mean, imagine that. And it also had already kind of lighting and shading and all these things. So I don't know where this has gone. I really don't know. Yeah, exactly. Just ditch it, and it's probably this kind of like, yeah, economic kind of growth. So we don't even. It seems like there is not even an interest that people with a whatever 1070 Nvidia card can still play games, because kind of we want to force them to buy a new one anyway, right? So, but this is also kind of like what I wanted to kind of prove to myself and some potential viewers to. It's actually not that hard. I mean, it's a pain in the ass, don't get me wrong. Kind of, it's still like, it's, you have to write hundreds and thousand lines of code, but it's also, I mean, I started this 2 weeks ago. There's already something there, and we will grow this into something more. And it's not, and I'm alone. You know what I mean? So I think people could do better, right? But it's just, I guess, if you're just a game developer that is working in a big company and somebody decides, well, we are using Unreal from next month on. Well, of course, I mean, what can you say? What can you do? Maybe, I'm totally sure that a lot of game developers in these big companies, they think the same as we are discussing now. But it's just, it's hard. It's hard to talk against your boss, right? So management, especially in these times when a lot of jobs are gone in the industry anyway. So I guess, yeah. I mean, I think what anybody can just do is try to also demonstrate and try to prove to all of us, like, very openly, and here's the source code. And it's even open source, so it's on GitHub. Um, you can download it and build it yourself if you want. That, yeah, you can still do some things with kind of what I would call it, forgotten art. It's just program the fucking thing, and it's, yeah, it's doable. So yeah. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there is this kind of weird phenomena that games look better, or yeah, better 8 years ago or something. I think everything peaked around 2014, 15. And I think if you have good looking games from then, like the top of the line games back then, they very, very often look better. And better, I mean, I think also what you mean is sharper, right? They don't have ghosting artifacts. They don't have these kind of weird estimated silhouettes. because that's what it is. You just try to guess. Well, the sprite or the mesh was there in the last frame. Is it moving fast or not? So I guess it will be there, but of course it's kind of wrong. It's less or more wrong. I render it anyway, then I will just create the frame completely out of thin air essentially. It's not thin air because of course it is temporal, so it just looks into the past. But it's just, yeah, I don't know. I really have no idea where where that all went wrong essentially. I can't really pinpoint it. I don't know. Exactly, yeah. It's just, it seems like, I don't remember the game, but was it, I don't know. I don't know which game it was, but one of the games was actually kind of mandatorily asking for a frame generation GPU to achieve, I think was it 30 FPS or was it 60 FPS? I don't remember it. It's quite a new game. I think it came out 2 or 3 months ago. I don't remember it. It could be that it was the latest Monster Hunter game even, maybe. But I'm not sure. Maybe I'm wrong now. But it was kind of, I was totally stunned because it was not like, okay, we provide you with 60 frames or maybe 120 frames or something, or let's say 30 frames, but these are super stable. And of course, if you have frame generation, you can pump it up. Fine. Okay. But no. You need frame generation to actually get to the whatever 60 or even 30. That was totally weird. And I thought, okay, now it's this kind of, this has to stop now because now it's so. This means like, this is like if I would say, okay, now I program my game, you see it's jumping around between 20 and whatever 25 frames, and I say, yeah, well, that's it. It's good enough because I just ask you as the customer to have a frame generation GPU, and you will then provide the next 5 or 6 frames that are missing to 30 or whatever, 30 frames so that you get 60. But the lag is still bad, right? I mean, it's just frames that are not updated with any input. So it doesn't feel good. Maybe it doesn't look so bad, but it doesn't feel good. I mean, you cannot play a fast shooter with that, right? So, yeah. Yeah, exactly. It's just like, it seems like the question is, okay, look, we have this problem. Our game is not performing. We only have 15 to 24 frames. To optimize it, it will take us 5 more months or whatever. I don't know what the people say. And then someone decides, yeah, okay, we don't have the time anyway. We just know now that there are GPUs out that can generate frames, so that's fine. So let's just write it on the box. I mean, there isn't a box anymore, but you know what I mean. And that's it. So that's the minimum requirement. So there we go. And I don't think it has to be this way, really. And that's why I'm doing this. Also, I think it's really doable in a different way. And I think and this comes now back to our discussion that we had before, reinventing the wheel. And is it even economical, or is it actually a stupid idea to do these more or less groundwork here? I think it is also economically viable, right? Because you also have to think, if you are a company or a single person, whoever you are, and you're using the engine, I mean, you're licensing the engine, of course, your margin is already reduced by whatever, 10, 20, 30%, it depends. And there are some engines that you just have to buy for $3 million or whatever, and this also is a cost. On the other hand, if you build your own engine, if you build your own technology, let's not call it engine, let's call it, it must not be a full engine, but maybe it's just some kind of technology that you really build, that you then own. This is real investment. I mean, this is not just whatever, a year or 5 months or however long it takes you, because it doesn't take you 10 years or something. This has a worth in itself, right? You can probably even license it to someone else if you want. You can, if your company ever gets bought, this is an asset. You have this engine technology. You can use it to produce your games without any without having to pay any fees. And I'm aware that there is, of course, at least there is the Godot engine, I think, which is completely free. So that's perfectly fine. So this is not applying to there, because I think it's really free. But apparently a lot of bigger companies are using engines where they still have to give a rather big amount of money to Epic, for example. So that's, yeah, I don't know. I think it is also a viable economic proposition to say, yeah, well, we build our own technology. Yeah, yeah, exactly. And there's also one thing, one more argument that is tying into that when you say it's not addressing the core, but kind of just adding even more problems onto it, is that you are also paying the technical debt for these huge engines, and all of them are huge, because I think also Godot is of course huge, and I think it also started development in 2007 or something, and it's super nice, and it's all good, but sometimes it's just very healthy for any software project to just start fresh, and to just get rid of the burdens of the past. Because when you start a project, and I think like for example the Unreal Engine, which I think started around 1994 or something, 5, 6, 7, something like that. But I think it's even 94 or something. It's totally clear, and there is nothing to say against this. This is not something made something wrong. It's like the world was completely different in terms of technology, in terms of architecture, of CPUs, of GPUs not even existing. So if you have a large portion of your code that is rooted in these kind of whatever long gone ages, and that were optimized for completely different universes, so to say, I think it's just a really hard proposition to always carry that around. And I mean, if you look at Windows, for example, of course, I mean, these are poor guys, actually, like in that sense. It's funny to say that about Microsoft, but it's like they have to be kind of still compatible with Windows 3. And yeah, I mean, it's so for Windows, for example, it is not easy to say, yeah, we will just rewrite Windows completely and we just break the compatibility. But if you're a company, and I think you're more than 2 or 3 persons, I think, and you know which kind of games you want to make, and let's hope they are a little bit original anyway in what they do. The nice thing is, if you write an engine, I think a lot of people have a wrong conception about what an engine must be or can be, because an engine, you can write a very specific engine, so it's still an engine, but it is not. It's not like Unity or Unreal in that it can do essentially potentially everything, right? Because, for example, I could write an engine only for racing games. So it's then in this middle ground where it's still much nicer to build a new racing game and a variant of a racing game than just doing everything from total scratch. And it anyway would still be another racing game. So I would probably write an engine for that. But that can then be super efficient for these kind of games. Or an engine that just can do top-down bullet hell shooters. Well, right? And some of these specific engines also exist. But I think it's really absolutely doable for any company to create these kind of engines. And I think the games would just be so much better, right? And because they would be super performant for the kind of games. And when there are some examples where there are these specialized engines, and often they are only used in-house. But I find it totally funny that more and more of rather even specialized games are kind of trying to shoehorn themselves into something that is very generic by design, like the Unreal Engine or Unity, whatever. But today, like, everybody kind of tries to go into Unreal Engine, it seems, because they bring out every 6 months a new minor version, and everybody's just totally blown away because it looks good in the demo, and everybody thinks, yeah, I want to write real-time strategy game, but I must do it in Unreal, right? Because it looks so good and it will help me. And every kind of game can be made. That's true, but you pay a heavy price because you are carrying the history in the code of the last, what is it now, 30 years, right? And I don't know how many of you tried to build actually the Unreal Engine 5, because with 4 it was much better. But I mean, it takes, I think on my machine it took 1.5 days to compile it. and then I was thinking, okay, maybe I'm stupid, or my computer is stupid and it's whatever, old or weak. So these are huge code bases, yeah. I mean, this is really, make no mistake, this is really, I personally don't know of any program in my whole career that would take so long to compile or something. So these are really huge things, and everybody that has started the editor, and everybody that has seen the shader compilations, yeah, I mean, you know what's going on, and yeah, so yeah. Yeah, I think Unreal Engine 4 was just a lot leaner, and Unreal Engine 4 had some of those like problem childs it did not have that Unreal Engine 5 has, namely the Lumen and nanotechnology. So which is cool tech, but I mean, as you said, it was of course built on top, and so we are speaking of bloat. So yeah, exactly. I mean, it's more like it's like an unfulfilled potential, isn't it? I mean, it's like, so it can look good, and I think the problem with the temporal thing is that every time you see a still image, every time you see a screenshot, it looks nice. I mean, it's not because it's a screenshot, but if nothing moves in the world, right? Because then it's temporarily stable, then that's fine. So yeah, I don't even want to get into the discussion of how important are actually the, the, the graphics at the end of the day for the enjoyment of the gameplay. And I think they are important. They are also a first catch. I think it's a lot of has to do also for me as a gamer. Of course, I feel much more drawn into a game or trying out a game if it is visually appealing, right? Or if it is also visually spectacular, because then I want to see it. I think this is just human, in a human nature, to be very curious. Like, wow, this looks so good. It looks like real or whatever. It looks better than reality, whatever. But I'm not sure if it's worth it, right? I mean, if it's all the sacrifice is worth to kind of sacrifice everything just to look a little bit better. Because in my opinion, this is just totally personal. I think, as I said, I think kind of like there was a certain peak in like, let's call it real graphics, because stylized anyway, I mean, it's just stylized and you can go in any direction, whatever you decide. But if you go for hyper realistic graphics, I think it kind of peaked already, shockingly, 10 years ago or something. Things did not really get better, and they were even sharper back then. So there's arguments made, and there is a lot of videos on YouTube and everywhere where people make comparisons, and it's, yeah. So I think this is why people ask themselves, hey, what's going on, and why is that so? But yeah, difficult problem to solve, I guess. Yeah, but I think the more people like ourselves and like everybody understands, hey, it's not that rocket science actually, and maybe then more companies will also be motivated to say, yeah, well, let's build things our own. We don't need all these corporate engines, call it like that, because I think it would be a more interesting competition. I think it would be interesting for the consumer, and it would be so much more colorful, right? Because And that again ties back to being low level, because when you're low level, a lot of things are possible, right? Because I'm really on the bottom of things. I can go in any direction. I can invent a completely different terrain rendering system that the world has not seen, and maybe it's total crap, but I can. I can essentially not do that within Unreal. I hope that Epic does a good terrain renderer, and then I use it, and maybe I can spice it up with some plugins. But I don't know. I think it's often very short-term future thinking, like essentially, okay, there is the next financial report in 1 year or in 6 months, and we just want to deal with a bunch of developers who are creating an engine and whatever, and they're having problems or not. I don't know. I think it's just interesting to see that even some very high-profile engines like the Red engine from CD Projekt, that they are abandoning it, right? I mean, this is really, I think, a very good technology, and it's still used for every NVIDIA showcase. Yeah, so each time NVIDIA brings out a new feature, they're always showcasing it essentially on the Red engine. So there must be something good there, and we all know that it had a lot of problems as well when Cyberpunk came out. Okay, but still it is proprietary tech, and I think they kind of fixed a lot of things, and and I don't understand how you can kind of destroy such an asset, but it's just my opinion. Maybe my potato brain doesn't understand it, but I cannot understand how you can give something like that up. But maybe, of course, they know much better, and maybe they have a huge team is probably necessary to maintain it, because it might also be quite old already. That's probably what I guess. Maybe something like that. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. I mean, Witcher 3 was really, and I think, if I'm not mistaken, Witcher 3 is around this era, right? Isn't it 13, 14, 15? It's one of those peak games. Yeah, and it performed well, and it runs on the Switch, I think, and on the Switch 2 anyway. And yeah, so it was kind of fat free, I guess, kind of optimized, probably not in a Doom-like way back in the day, but not crazy optimized, but still very well optimized. And I think also that in the meantime, I would go out and say Cyberpunk is now quite optimized. I would dare to say. It took some time, yeah, that's right. But yeah, on the other hand, of course you can optimize Unreal games, but I think the problem is why people don't do it, or companies don't do it, is then they say, yeah, but that's so much work. And I think they just want to save time, and they just want to be quick on the market, which is understandable in itself. But I think the big misconception thinking is that it's just, you just buy this wonderful big machine, and you just, I don't know, put 100 people in front of it, and magically something wonderful will come out. Yeah, it will probably look nice when it's not in motion, but it is then so hard. And I think it because those game developers, I think all of them are really clever people. I mean, I'm sure about that, actually. Yeah, I mean, nobody working in those companies, I think is just not able to do his job or something. Absolutely not. So I can only conclude that it must be very hard to fine-tune the performance of something in Unreal. I guess because of whatever, the huge code base, the way it's structured. I know it a little bit. I was interested in it. Of course, I've read parts of it, and it's just so huge. It's not easy to know where you can poke and where you can change something without breaking everything, essentially, right? Because it's just like a monstrosity, just in terms of its size. Not saying that it's bad quality, but I think it's just complex. Yeah? That's it. Exactly, and Cyberpunk looks wonderful, right? I mean, it looks spectacular, and they still continue to improve how it looks with all that new technology. And yeah, that's what I'm saying. And so I really do not fully understand how you can give up on kind of such a treasure. But yeah, it's just interesting. On the other hand, I think that's positive for people like me who are doing like indie games. it's kind of opening up probably a small door where if indies do not automatically go to these engines, which a lot still do, and it's fine. I mean, everybody just takes its own decision anyway. But if some don't, and we just come up with something probably more original, yeah, it's maybe then interesting also for consumers to do that. Yeah. Yeah, that's yeah. Thank you. Let's play. Yeah, that's a very good argument. Exactly. The Jot library came out of Horizon, and yeah, they were pretty cool because they, I think it's really open source. I also used it in some of my games, and it's um, yeah, I think innovation is always good, right? And I think if something is stalling, and I think if everything converges to the same kind of way to do things, and the same, in that case, technology to do things, and um, um, I think it's also not good for mankind, kind of. I mean, it's not the right way. It's not like how we humans normally operate, right? I mean, I think normally everybody's kind of curious, especially like probably when you are in engineering and when you are in developing, probably you are normally really interested in this kind of thing. So I think it's normally, yeah, exactly. Everything is kind of getting standardized, so to say. And I have seen the world when Doom was coming out already, and it was really much more Wild West, to say, which you can like or not like. Um, but it seemed like everything is possible, right? Like you didn't know from one month to the next which company, which single guy or girl came out with a new game with a new technology, which completely blew your mind in respect to what was possible back then. Um, because it seemed like everybody's really operating on the very basic things, and everybody's inventing something, and recognizing something and understanding something new like every week, essentially. And of course this will slow down. I think that's a natural process, right? um, but yeah, but I think it doesn't have to go to zero, right? I think it can absolutely, I think there can absolutely still be the space where people just write games on a very um, basic level, in terms of yeah, we just don't sit ourselves on this huge stack, on this huge pile of decisions that have been taken on this how it looks like, how things have to look like, how things are split, how things are culled, all these kind of things. There's a lot of decisions you take when you write a piece of code like that, and you just you write some animating meshes, you write the terrain. There's a lot of screws that you can turn and decisions you can take where you want to save memory and stuff like that. Terminator 2 Judgment Day. Yeah, I think that this is when Skynet wins, right? Is it? Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, anyway, I don't know if you're probably talking of the whole artificial intelligence, whatever movement. Yeah, probably anyway. Everything I say and everything we discuss is probably anyway. Doesn't matter because in 1 year we're all we're all obsolete anyway, whatever. And game development just does not work like what I'm doing at all. And it's also nobody's using Unreal Engine anymore because I don't know. You just tell some AI how the game should look like, and it just pops out 5 minutes later. That's perfectly possible. I mean, I personally hope not that's the case, because then I think it's also getting kind of worthless, because then, yeah, everybody just is creating 10 games for himself. And yeah, which also maybe it's nice. I mean, maybe it's okay. Maybe that's the way to go. It's the same for music, same for paintings, same for whatever. Everybody creates, everybody can produce everything, or a lot of things, very easily. I don't know. I don't feel well about it, but maybe it will feel totally awesome. I don't know. I don't think so. If you ask me today, I would say no. I think we're doomed, as you say. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I mean, I just kind of try to still do it manually, because I really think it's actually the process is what makes it worthwhile as well. It's not just the end product, but yeah. Oh, we'll see. We'll see. So let's see if I can render my one origin post. Yeah, I mean there won't be game devs, but there also won't be. Yeah, exactly. I mean it's operators. It's probably just. I mean, I mean the scary thing about this whole discussion is you can now say probably there won't be game devs, there won't be whatever marketing assistants, there won't be plumbers if you put the AI into a robot. There won't be nurses, there won't be doctors, there won't be lawyers, there won't be assistants of lawyers, there won't be, I don't know. There's a lot of jobs you could fill in here that yeah, that would be gone. And I don't know. That's too much of a topic probably for my my small brain to comprehend. But I mean, it's interesting. It's scary. It's fascinating. Yeah. iRobot. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I really, I think really nobody can say what we will be in 2 years, and that's already something, right? Or maybe in 1 year. I think nobody can really say, yeah, will. I mean, for example, what I'm doing here and what other guys are doing in this category in Twitch, like we are programming stuff here, and there is, of course, many other guys and girls doing this. Maybe that's just over in whatever, I don't know, 6 months, because nobody does it, nobody wants to watch it because it's just totally obsolete, because yeah, you can just type in a prompt and the game is there. Maybe I don't think in 6 months, but yeah, I don't know. I think things are moving quickly, right? So let's see, can we get this to render? I think I will. This is not line count. This is no. This is actually stupid. I need to look into the render 3D scene panel. That's actually more what this would look like. Yeah, absolutely scary, and I'm scared. I mean, I no shame to say it. I'm scared. Yeah, and not just for myself. I mean, also for myself, but for anyone, for humankind. Sounds big, but it's yeah, exactly. Yeah. Or God beware, write me a virus. I mean, do anything. I mean, it's just like, well, write me a database. Yeah. Today it's kind of crap what would come out, and the AI cannot write a huge program. It can just write, I don't know, a few pages at once or something. And what's more important, it can only understand and digest very small amounts. But I guess, and I'm not an AI expert by any means, I'm also interested in it as an engineer, but I guess that is probably solvable, kind of like it's more like a quantifiable problem. So that makes me scared, because it can do a lot of cool things already, right? It cannot really do something of sizable. For sure not an operating system, by far not, and it cannot even write something like what's here, for example, because it's already some 1,000 lines of code, and it's kind of intertwined, and it's using libraries in a specific way, and there's a build system and stuff like that. I think it could not do that just with one prompt. But But yeah, it's getting better all the time, and it can write some small Python scripts already very, very well, and some small web pages, whatever, some modules. So on module level, on function level anyway, it is quite good already. Module level, I think it's getting there, but like really huge code bases, currently not. And yeah, the question will be: is LLM the technology for that, or is it just something else that has to be invented? I mean, yeah, I think only future will tell. But then it might be too late. we might not like the future that we are waking up. Yeah. I mean, I tend to have the theory that it is just a matter of time. Yes. I mean, that's what I tend to think. If people ask me, or if I'm talking to friends, I tend to think now that it's a matter of time. Yes. But it is, of course, possible that there is kind of a roadblock where we are just not going further with the methodologies that we use today, right? So, and then we really need to invent something completely new, and maybe that takes 20 years. I have no idea. Or maybe we never find this kind of knowledge then to really jump to what they call whatever general artificial intelligence, or whatever is necessary there. I don't know. Yes, I mean there are some places where this is absolutely true. What you say? Yes, absolutely. Yes, yeah, yeah. And I cannot. um, yes, yes. Yeah, I mean currently there is practical problems with that to do that. So I also made experiments with some bigger private legacy code bases um, that I have access to, which I try to let it analyze. And yeah, it's just currently there is some practical issues due to the way how they are built, these large language models, that you just cannot you cannot just feed it code which is 10 million lines of code. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. That's what I say, Castle. It's just it's if you feed it, if you try to feed it with something that is a code base that has probably grown in 15 years. Exactly, it's not yet. So not yet, and this also doesn't smell like it's there next week, right? But I think it's still kind of it's clear what the problem is, right? I mean, you don't have to be a genius to know what the problem is. So it's a small context size, and it's not a real memory. So now there are all these kind of tricks. So when you do the chatting, they are always kind of just like just building this whole chain of the previous communication, and they're just feeding it into the context window. But the context window somehow then it comes to its end, and then it tries to and it seems to forget things, stuff like that. But that's what I meant. I tend to think that these is still kind of problems that are just solvable with better computing, cheaper computing, tweaks in the algorithms here and there, or not. I don't know. I'm not an expert in AI at all, so I just know the very basics, and I think this is the big thing. Oh my god, yeah. I hope not, because I think I would not be a good um, Doom guy. I think I'm not that cool. I'm not that strong. Um, no, I think it's kind of exciting times to live in, because it's really I think we're really on the verge of something big. But is it good big, or is it bad big? I don't know. I don't know, and I think nobody knows really. Maybe some people that who are much more and actively researching these kind of technologies, maybe they know what's around the corner, and maybe they just don't tell. Uh, and I think nobody really knows. I think also the guys and girls who are researching this, I think they don't really know. It's more like everybody tries to find the next big thing, which could ironically be the thing that kind of really kills us in a way, like destroys mankind. I don't know. That's kind of the strange thing. So if someone really has a very big breakthrough, and you can just feed it, as you said, the Windows source code, and it just understands it in 5 minutes, and it can really tell you, well, this is how I would refactor it, and this would really work, and it's kind of like really, it's good solutions, it's good like ideas that it has based on real understanding, which currently it's of course not. It's just this prediction, which seems very clever, but of course it doesn't really know anything. But if they tweak it to either the word prediction is good enough, if it's just done like whatever 1 million times the size of what it is now, and maybe then it's good enough. Yeah, I think that's one of the big questions, if that's just the case, or someone just invents something really structurally different, how those neural networks are combined, or however they are working and what they are fed, and how they are feedbacking itself or whatever. They're finding something different in how it can get better knowledge, like real understanding. And that would be possible. I mean, this is crazy. Yeah, if you can do that. Yeah. I mean, it's exactly, we are the ones that then open the door to hell. Yeah, and that's the thing. And I think this is kind of like what is unprecedented, at least in my lifetime, probably in mankind, I guess, because we never had this technology and this technological progress that we can even think so far, because I think that was never the case. Even when we invented the plane or the car or the computer, okay, it was just like the first brick in the wall of something bigger. But yeah, it is kind of crazy that, yeah, it seems possible that we are really doing bad harm to our kind. Yeah. So, but I think the best is kind of to just yeah, also not overthink it, because I think it's not in our hands, at least not in mine, which is also not nice, because it means, yeah, you don't feel in control. You don't feel like you can change something, right? It's more like whatever happens, and you kind of hope that it will be okay. It will be fine. So I don't like that, but on the other hand, it's probably the only thing we can do. It's, yeah. So when we're talking about all these big topics, it really feels kind of totally mundane that I write some code like an idiot, like manually here. Yeah. If you jump from all these scenarios and there is artificial intelligence and what it can do, and then I'm sitting here and I'm trying to type. No, it's fine. I'm just kidding. It's fine, of course. No, it's like it's. But doesn't it feel like that? I mean, I guess you feel the same, like when you do something like kind of manual, profane, like what we humans do. I don't know, whatever. Write a text, write a PowerPoint, whatever. I don't know. Try to think of something. I don't know, a letter to your grandma. I don't know. And you know already for these kind of use cases, you could just let it create, right? I mean, it's just, why even bother doing it? And but that's already where we are. And if this, of course, if this blows up, well, I don't know. I guess I will be still writing C++ code. I guess as long as Skynet lets me do it, I will do it. You can watch me then. Still doing it. Last code on Earth. Yeah, sure. Yeah, sure. Yeah, sure. I mean, it's of course we are already. I mean, we are already trained since 25 years to ask for help. Yeah, that's true. Like in Google, just where is the next where's the next restaurant, where's whatever, yeah, or how do I write a good resume? Yeah, yeah, it's true. I think so. In that sense, it's just now on another level because Google and the web search in itself is kind of like a very primitive uh, premise, right? I mean, you literally search. I mean, you search for a very specific answer. Of course, what you get is a web page in the end, or a list of web pages, which hopefully some of them will help you, right? So now it's of course much, yeah. It's really, yeah, it's really like a very, it's a solution with a very bad resolution, kind of, yeah. You formulate more or less probably the same question as you would now do with ChatGPT or whatever, but you get a bunch of web pages, which actually kind of felt like totally cool until 2022, because that was all we had, and Google became whatever, the biggest company in history, or I don't know, one of them at least, and all of a sudden you feel like, oh, this is really old school. I mean, this totally feels not right. I'm not interested in web pages most of the time. Actually, I'm interested in an answer to my question, right? And it can give it to you. So yeah, that's, yeah, and yeah. Yeah, no, it's that's, I would say it's almost impossible, I would say, because even with Google, and we're not talking about AI, but even with Google, I mean, you can just look up, for example, documentation of DirectX, right? So I'm having that open, and because I do not have, and I think it doesn't even exist, a book of every DirectX call, right? I have my trusty DirectX book here, but this is more like, yeah, showing you some ropes, but it's not a full encyclopedia. So just to give you one example, no, I cannot. No, I cannot. I doubt that a lot of people can. I mean, if you are just doing something that you are very, very familiar with in terms of like, you do it every day for 8 hours and you don't kind of move out of this scope, yeah, I guess everybody has a lot of things that he can do without Google, of course, but anything of a certain complexity, at least in engineering and in coding, and if it's just for looking up the actual documentation or the actual source code, if you can, stuff like that, if you want to read how it is done, how are the parameters actually interpreted, how is this meant to be, do I see something in there that is interesting for me to know how it's implemented so I can use it in a better way. I mean, how would you do that without the internet, essentially, and without the search engine? No, I cannot. I think I can still do a lot of things and all what I do here without AI, but the problem starts if the guy next door just essentially kind of does the same thing but just lets everything generate, and if he is successful with that, and if the generated code just works, well, yeah, it's just probably 100 times quicker than me. And that's it. And yeah, so he's finished and I'm not even halfway probably, and whatever. So yeah, does this person then have the same relation and knowledge about the code than I do? No, I guess not, because how would that work? Because this whole process gives you very, very intimate knowledge of your own work, and if you just let it create, I mean, it's just like you handed it over. Yeah, no, you're right. Yes, exactly. I mean, it's like, or another example would be, can you live without your mobile phone? I guess you can't. Not really. I mean, you can probably for a day, maybe for a week. But then I think problems would start to creep in. I mean, a lot of people have their banking system on there. A lot of people have governmental apps on there. A lot of people have all their, of course, all the WhatsApp communication. I mean, a lot of communication is done by that. A lot of business is done. A lot of your whatever things that you need to do as a citizen, for example, are done over that, stuff like that. It's just like, yeah, it's technology, some kind of technology. I think you can live without the television easily today, especially without the radio. Yeah. But sometimes technology comes that you cannot easily decide to live without. Yeah, I guess. No. I mean, you can live without DirectX. Yes. Not if you want to write a game engine. You can still do it in OpenGL, but if you also want to get rid of that, then it's hard. Then you must be writing your own driver, which you cannot do if you are not essentially having a contract with someone like NVIDIA, which I think is really not easy. Yeah. So now we have the yeah, exactly. You have the certification. Yeah, driver writing is super cool, but I think especially for a GPU, I think the problem is not only the certification, but obviously you have to. I mean, if you're the owner of your own hardware, you still have to pay Microsoft, and at least you know the hardware, but yeah, you cannot just write a driver for an NVIDIA CPU. Yeah, this is unfortunately not possible. Not easily, I guess, at least under Windows. So I guess that's even probably the bigger problem than the fee to Microsoft. Yeah. And besides, I mean, I did it once, like a very, very small driver for a very specific problem for where I was working back then. And I wouldn't even call it a driver, but it was on kernel level. And it was for a very specific function for some piece of hardware which was running on Windows. Funny enough. So I got a taste of it. And it was not really fun at all, I have to say. The whole setup with at least a second machine, where one is actually kind of the opened up window where you actually are really communicating with the kernel, and you're also able to debug into it. But it always has to be on this lifeline with another computer, which actually is kind of like a remote setup. So it felt totally weird. And I just did it for 1 or 2 weeks, and it's 10 years ago. I don't know. Maybe it's super nice today. I don't know. So I'm not sure if I would really like to write Windows drivers as a living. That's what I want to say. I'm not sure about that. I'm just not sure about that. Editor state. Yeah, I don't know. I've stopped bothering. It's just like the put your head in the sand, which is not good, but yeah. I mean, there's so much going on in the world, literally. I think it's a valid strategy to just kind of shut yourself, close yourself out a little bit. Yeah. So I'm not a native English speaker, so maybe I'm using strange words, but to kind of isolate yourself a little bit, and the Windows whatever progress is one of these things. Exactly. Yeah. I think so. I'm not 100% sure actually what an ostrich is, but I guess yes. I mean, I will Google it. I will Google it before I confirm. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Absolutely. Yes. Absolutely like that. Like an ostrich. 100%. Exactly. Just living in my game programming bubble. Just until the day that's kind of takes over. But isn't that nice? I think it's a nice little bubble. a small game programming ostrich. Um, I think everybody kind of is probably well advised to find its own bubble where he or she's happy, right? Where you live, because maybe that's the future of mankind. We are ostriches, and we have the head in the sand, and we're just pretending not to hear or see anything. Yeah, of course that's not good. Yeah, I don't know, but I don't know. Don't you feel like it's the only strategy that kind of works? Although, of course, you know that it doesn't work as well. But it's kind of like it's just too much. I mean, I don't know. It's just too much to think of. Yeah, because I was actually kind of really thinking a lot before I started to stream this project 2 weeks ago. Like, is this even worthwhile? I mean, like, not so much for me because I just do it anyway. But is anybody still doing that? And then I said, okay, there's at least some guys showing up each day, like also that are streaming themselves. So okay, it's still a thing, because I wasn't even sure if people create such things anymore, like in general. And I was happy to see that at least a few people do. So yeah, because I was really not sure how far are we already, right? I mean, is this not a thing anymore? Still seems to be, but yeah. It's and maybe and I hope, or I think it would be cool if other people, and maybe they also just do it for similar reasons, because they just feel like doing it, and maybe that's the way for humanity anyway. So even if not general, but some kind of artificial intelligence probably can do everything better than humans can in whatever time, maybe it's still okay, and we find ways as a species to just still go on and do the things as humans, although it's kind of worse than what the machines can do. And I don't know, probably in that sense everybody is then an artist, right? Because everybody just does something that it's not probably necessary to be done, but you just do it as a human with your touch. It's absolutely not perfect, but that's probably the interesting thing then about it, because it's the only thing left. I've seen it. So I've looked around and I've seen that I think there's at least 1, 2, or 3 guys, maybe girls, that are doing something similar. And I was kind of then also encouraged. I said, okay, yeah, it's some crazy people are still there and they are doing this, and so I can also join in. Why not? So yes, I was happy also to see that it's not completely dead or something. So it's like some. I mean, I'm not fully sure if I understand the question, but in terms of like that, writing my own engine, that this is the right direction for me. I was always sure, like I did this my whole life essentially, with more or less success. I was always playing around with something, and then I rewrote it, and I just wrote a new one and a new version, and different render APIs came out, and I tried that out and stuff like that. So for me personally, that is and was always the way to go. It was just reassuring me to go live on a stream, and just to probably find a bit of an audience, because it's just much more fun if someone is watching. But I was just thinking I would sit there and then do the thing anyway. So maybe somebody wants to join in and also can participate in a little bit. And then I was reassured if that at least some other people did it, and that's okay. They also have some viewers, so at least some people seem to be interested in that. So yeah, that was reassuring for sure. Yeah. But for me to do the engine thing, no, that's always my thing, because what I said in the beginning, I'm just curious. I just want to know these things. And when Vulkan came out, I just tried to do something with it, and I failed at first, and I failed I think 3 times. And just I think 1 or 2 months ago, I finished a small prototype that really uses Vulkan, and it also can do animations and stuff like that. It's not just a triangle. And then I made some years where I did not spend time with it. I had no time, but no, I'm really just a big fan of doing things from scratch in general. Um, it's kind of half stupid and half reasonable, I guess, because there are some reasons. As I said before, I don't want to repeat myself. That's boring, but no, I think there is just something about it, and as I said, it's just subjectively for me. It's just the biggest fun I can have, and yeah, if I think for other people it would probably be the greatest pain, right? To do something like that, and it's just not fun at all, and it's just it's taking so long, and it's just days full of problems, and for something that already someone else has already done, right? So, but it still feels cool to have something, yeah, that somebody has already done, and you kind of reverse engineered it, kind of, yeah. You also created something that looks like it. It's also like a very primitive editor, but yeah, it looks a little bit like something like that, and yeah, it's just fun. I think it's just rewarding. It's just, yeah, that's. It's really simple, actually. The motivations is really simple. So it's editor state, mesh group pool, origin post. I think it's GLB. And now we say auto mesh. Because each mesh group has different meshes. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, thank you. It's, yeah, I think it's I think if somebody enjoys this kind of thing, it's a natural thing to do, and it's kind of makes total sense in itself, right? But I also have a lot of discussions with people who just don't do it this way, and they also right, because then they have economic arguments, and I mean we had some. I think we drove a little bit into the economic argument, which I think you can even argue that it's still maybe not really true, and you still can generate value by doing things from scratch. But anyway, you can say, yeah, but it takes so long. You know, even if you invent something super cool, you're dead because you just take 5 years, and yeah, the competition has overtook you anyway. Whatever. Yeah, that is true. But I have this kind of also. You call it probably naive or romantic idea of, like, we as humans, we really also compete in a motivated way. We compete for ideas. We compete also on this kind of low level where everything is really also kind of tough. But we compete for finding something in there, and it's just so cool. Even if my competitor finds something, I'm even kind of feeling happy for this person. Then I think, yeah, okay, fair enough. I mean, he was kind of, or she was treading the same water. I know how that feels like, and yeah, full respect, full kudos to everyone who then invents a new algorithm, whatever, finds a new way to do things. And I think that's just so much more refreshing to, as a species, kind of to have that kind of mindset. I think in comparison to say, yeah, well, everything is invented. I think that's how it is. It's just that's what it is. Nothing to gain here, a lot to lose here probably. Just let's play it safe. So then give me this thing that was already invented. Yeah, it's big and it's not so nice, but I'll just use it. Anyway, I'll just use it. Because I think ultimately if we would be like that as humans in every aspect, I think I think that would not be good, like, for our progress, right? So yeah. Yeah. I mean, I think that the thing with game companies, like big companies, and if you are a solo dev, everyone is big. Even a 10-person company is 10 times bigger than I am, for example. But nothing. But this is true, I think, for every part of economy is. I think the smallest unit would be a single person, of course. But even if it's a 2, 3, 4, whatever, 10-person, company, I think regardless of the field, if it's game programming or if it's engineering, if it's something completely different, whatever. I think the nice thing is kind of like universal fairness, you could probably call it this. But the problem is with size comes so much immobility and so much bloat in terms of organization. And I'm not saying this because I think those organizations are stupid or the people are stupid or that they want to be bloated, but I think it's kind of like a natural consequence somehow. And this is exactly the point where even you as an individual, and there's especially in the field of games, I mean, we all know there is a lot of games that were made by one person, which are super cool and are super successful. So you have a chance because you are just super efficient. I mean, there's nothing more efficient than not having to kind of discuss with anybody. And of course, it's also a huge pain in the ass because you cannot discuss with anybody and nobody can help you essentially. But as anybody knows who has worked in a bigger organization, I mean, there's so much overhead in just talking to other people and explaining and reassuring and reporting and where there is really no productivity anymore, and it just has to go through 10 layers of decision making to just move 1 centimeter, whereas a 5-person company or a 1-person company can just decide very, very efficiently. It can probably not produce as efficiently because it just is lacking manpower, yeah. But I think one should not underestimate the power of being able to move quickly versus the power of the real productivity. Because I would dare to say, because even if you just measure productivity, if it's 100 people because even if they have not too many meetings or whatever, and the company is actually quite cool in the way that it is not super hierarchical or whatever, but still, if it's 100 people working on something, there is a natural, very high degree of necessity to organize yourself, yeah, and not to tread on your own feet and not to destroy something that another group made. It's just totally natural. So I think there is this kind of sweet spot where when too many persons are working on a specific topic, I think it tends to get really slow. And I've also seen this in companies, like I witnessed it myself and I was kind of astonished. And I'm not saying one person can outperform 100, of course. It can't normally. But I think under very specific circumstances, it maybe even can, right? Or a very small organization can. And it's shown time and again. So this is kind of one of those, in my mind, it's always giving me hope, even as a small business or as a small or individual, whatever developer, whatever you are. Because you always have a chance because you're so quick in what you can decide. I mean, you still have to deliver something and you still have to do it, and that's hard because there's only 2 hands. Yeah, I mean, so I think it's also not easy to be a big company. That's what I say, and that's why they also then kind of die often very quickly or have big problems in kind of a short period of time, right? Because they also cost a lot each day. If you have 10,000 people working, it's just like whatever they are doing, you still have to pay them wages. And so it's like such a huge ship. It's hard to maneuver, right? It's so, yeah. It's also not easy for them. That's what I want to say. So the texture we don't know, it's fine. I mean, so let's see. Render 3D model. Oh, you don't even see what I'm typing. I think I have to close Blender. Blender is in front of the code. Okay, that's cool. Okay, that's bad. That's bad. So, what did I do that didn't make sense? Yeah, okay, so we have the skeleton rendering, which I will not do now, which we don't need. And I think this is what I wanted to do. So for stop killing games, I mean, I'm not super knowledgeable of that. I mean, I think the initiative is just great. I think it's the right thing to do, because I think it's kind of totally not understandable for me how we can allow as consumers to just lose essentially access to something that we have bought, where I would consider it that we have that we are the owners of this thing. And I know there is a gray area when, like, for example, something, whatever, like an MMO, like World of Warcraft, where I guess it states in the conditions that you're just kind of renting the service essentially, probably, right? So, but I think it's happening with it was happening with a lot of other games where I think this was not so clearly stated that this is the case, and even if it is stated like that, I mean, is this even okay? So I think, it's a good initiative. I think it's just the right way to go, and to tell especially these big companies, hey, I mean, you have to feel a little bit more responsible. So if you want to earn a fortune with something that you call a live service game, well, then you better be prepared to also keep it up for 100 people, and not only if it's 2 billion people playing it, right? When you earn more money than you can ever spend. But if it's, then you have to keep the service up, and you just cannot turn it off whenever you feel like it, because your profit margin is not enough or something like that, right? So I'm full in favor of that. And Wales releasing the Team Fortress 2 source code, I guess that's what it is. No, I was just not aware of it. I will click on this. Oh, okay, this is already the GitHub link. Oh, cool. Okay, oh, it's okay, they already released it. Okay, I didn't even see that. That's the game code. Wow, okay, that is cool. I will definitely look into that, because one of my guilty pleasures is to read these kind of source codes, because I always find it's just interesting to see how those people were thinking, and where they were doing kind of maybe shortcuts, or maybe things that I just don't understand why. I mean, like, because they're so whatever fancy, or I don't even know what they do. And I was like, what I'm doing now, you don't see it, but I just like to go through the folders. I like to see, like, okay, for example, here they have a source folder, which a lot of code does not have, for example. I also find this interesting. And the lib is inside the source, and it's not outside. Okay, then there's the game. Is it just assets? It seems like, okay, it's just binary. Yeah, it's just DLLs. Okay, yeah. Yeah, I mean, I can just say, yeah, that's super cool. Okay, it's probably what I will do tonight. just get it to run, get it to compile, and then still continue with my my crappy engine. Okay, cool. I just see that there's a ray trace engine. I guess that's ray tracing in terms of physics and collision. I guess. Yeah, cool. Yeah, it's nice. Super nice. It's cool. Yeah, I wasn't aware that they did. It's good. It's good. I mean, I think it was really always extraordinary that Carmack and id Software always released up to a certain point. Unfortunately, I think they stopped with the Doom 3 engine. I think it was id Tech 4. I think. Unfortunately, they stopped because I think it was not. I think it was when they were bought by Bethesda then, I guess. But I think I found it super cool. Yeah. to enable the modding and to enable the study of the source code. I mean, this is just so cool. Yeah. Oh yes, yeah. It's super dark. I mean, anyway, I'm kind of physically not able to play games that scare me, and I'm easily scared. Yeah, I think for me it's a little bit embarrassing, but for me it would probably be even today. I think I remember I tried, what was it? What's it called? Alien versus Predator. I think I tried it 6 months ago, and it's an old game. I think I don't know, it's 2007, 2006. I don't know, but it's also very dark and very kind of jump scares, or not even jump scares, but you just feel that something can happen at any time, and it's dark, and you just have this lamp, and I cannot play that. I just cannot. It's like, for me, it's super easy. If you make a game, I'm just totally scared, and I cannot do it. So today, yeah, I know Dead Space. I mean, I know it from a very good friend of mine played it, and he played the number two, and he said, yeah, and he plays it in a dark room because that's the only way this is meant to be played, and probably with some headphones. And I said, I mean, no way. I think I could not play this in sunlight. I would probably need 10 people around me to reassure me that everything is okay. No, I'm just super easy to scare. So no Dead Space. Sometimes I watch videos, or there's reviews, or Digital Foundry does some whatever report about it, and that's enough for me. And sometimes I see things there that I want to see. So yeah, I think I will never write a horror game because I could never test it, right? I could just never test it. And the problem is I would just say, yeah, it's scary enough, but then I would give it to some hardcore people who would say, yeah, it's not scary at all. So no, that's a genre that I could never do a game in, for example. So yeah, but Doom 3 was so freaking dark. I mean, it was kind of like, it was really really bad. I mean, bad in a way, like badass. I mean, it was really like, wow, what's going on here? So. So let's see if I can get this post to render. But it's a very good. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, yeah, sure. I mean, it was. I fully agree. I mean, but you're not scared now. You're now over it. You can do it now. Okay, because I can't. I still can't. I also can't watch horror movies, and they're both bad. And I think for me, and playing a horror game, which I actually never did because I know I cannot do it, but something that is not even horror, but something like Doom 3, I immediately I tense up. I cannot do it. Yeah, and and what I want to say is it's even worse than in the film, because in the film I feel like, okay, it's anyway, I'm kind of a passenger. It's just everything is staged, but when I'm actually the one walking through that corridor and I can actually take the decision to walk or stop or not or go back and forth, it kind of feels even more scary for me. It's just totally. Oh, wow. Okay. That's an achievement. Wow. Okay. So you seem to be qualified as a alpha or beta tester for my bullet hell game then, because you seem to be very, very skillful in like mechanical gaming in itself, right? Because I mean, okay, but for Diablo, I mean, you may still be, but you also had pretty good gear, I guess, by then, right? So, so. But Diablo, for example, is something I could play, I think. So Diablo would not scare me. Although the music is also kind of scary. I think it's like this unnerving unnerving tone. And yeah, we'll put it into 1000 here. Yeah, I fully understand. And I don't know if you agree, but probably it was because of the music itself. And I mean, or did it play a part? Do you think? I mean, for me, it did. Yeah, of course. Yeah, I mean, all those characters, and I think the whole setting, and I think really in combination with the music, it was kind of dark and grim atmosphere, and everything felt dangerous, and everything felt like you were in an environment where everything is an enemy, and it was really like not feeling not. It was so good in not giving you a comfortable feeling, right? It was just really like, yeah, making you feel uncomfortable and just I think it was really good, and especially Diablo 1. I mean, it was not so easy probably for them to do this with the technology back then. So so yeah, really heads up, thumbs up to them. This was the good Blizzard, I guess. Yeah, that feels nice, I guess. Yeah, to finally do it. Yes. So much clicking, right? So much left click. So, oh, let's see. So let's see. Here we go. I mean, I'm not. Yeah. Here we go. Here we go. I know that's not the most spectacular climax in game development history, but at least now. So this is our world origin, by the way. So now where this posts, this is 0, 0, 0. And this is at 2, -1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, cool. Okay. Quick check if the rest still works. This is the origin post. Let's do the animation quickly. Yeah, still works. Not too much broken. Oh, okay. Well, that's fine. I think that's still fine. Yeah, no, they don't, do they? Let's quickly check what's going on here. Yeah. I was celebrating too early, right? Celebrating much too early. Wow. Ah, okay. This is why nothing is moving. Let's continue. Okay. Oh, oops. Once again. So, so the level is working. It's all fine. I'm in the post. It's also fine. I'm again in the level. It's also fine. Okay, I think it was dying on me when I was doing the animated blob. Here we go. There's a null pointer. Ah, okay. Okay, well, that's interesting. I mean, I can easily fix this, of course, now. Equals null pointer. Just return for now. I mean, that's fine. That's simple. I mean, I need to understand why that is happening. So I want to put myself in here, and I now will wait until I get here in this trapdoor. So this is one thing. Now I think I just opened that up. Now it still worked. Now I imported the test blob, and now, okay, wow, this is weird. I import another model, and then the rendering of my level fails. Yeah, of course it does. I mean, why shouldn't it? So, and this is empty then. Oh. Ah, yeah, okay, so it's still existing. Oh, okay, yeah, that's interesting. But okay, so somebody is overwriting it in that hash map, actually. Okay. Okay, interesting. Let's now let's just try it once more. Let's try this once more. Yeah, generally yes. I also did this. It's complicated and not at the same time. So the basic working is normally not so hard, and I did this sometimes, but I never did it like on a fast-paced game. So I did it, and this is quite easy on a turn-based game. It's quite easy to share the state over the network. You can even do it with TCP. But the game I actually want to make first here now is really a more fast-paced, top-down action shooter game. And I think it would be quite fun to make this as a co-op mode as well, so that you can invite other friends and you can just go through these hordes of enemies and these bullet hell scenarios together. But this is on another level of difficulty, because then you would need to be really precise. You have a lot of objects that you need to synchronize. But yeah, to keep it short, I want, but it's not the first priority. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I like both. I actually love UDP, because UDP again is kind of like the more low level thing, essentially, because TCP is already actually managing a lot, which is good, and there are super use cases that you do, and in corporate business, of course. I mean, often you do TCP, but there's also use cases for UDP. But UDP is just much more lightweight, right? So it's just, you do not have the notion of a connection, for example. It's just, you just send a packet, and there is no guarantee at all if it reaches the destination. And I know in TCP, I mean, it's also going over the network. There's no real guarantee, but TCP does all these retries, and the problem with that is it's just not under your control, and it can introduce lag and stuff like that. So it's normally not what you want, and the packets are bigger and stuff like that. So yeah, I would do it for sure in UDP. So if you're interested in that, to watch that, yeah, please join in then. But that will probably be at a later stage. It's not priority one. Although, that being said, I am aware that if you want to network a game, you better network it from the beginning, right? So, and following the philosophy to do all these kind of hard topics, at least to a certain degree, very fast, and visit all of them, I will probably even visit it before, just to have like a general architecture in place, that it's not a total pain in the ass to bolt it on later. So I will very probably not really kind of work on it start to finish soonish, but probably very soon lay some ground foundations so that it's actually possible to bolt it on, because otherwise it's a pain, because you really need to, in my experience, I found it best to integrate it in your loop, stuff like that, like on a very, very granular level again, so that you're really not wasting any cycles somewhere. And it really depends on the characteristic of your game, how many people are actually joining. I mean, do we know that it's never more than 4 people that can form a party and do a co-op? Well, okay. Well, we can do a lot of optimization just by knowing that. Or is it 32 people? Or is it 100? And how fast are the bullets flying? Stuff like that. It's really like, this is the cool stuff. Think about that, and how many frames can you skip before you send a packet, and then how much prediction do you want to have, and all these kind of things. I mean, it's a universe in itself, but it's totally cool, because still there is some kind of magic when you play with someone online, right? I mean, I think it's, for me at least, it has never lost this kind of magic anyway. So, but getting on with the debugging here is, yeah, and we have the mesh. Okay, so that's fine. And I think I will now probably do check input, check menu inputs, because yes, and there is this action, because it was already very what do you say, suspicious that it happened after the import model, right? I think so. I will also put myself in here. Yeah. So because everything is working now, everything is still working. Okay, I just have some minutes left, but let's try to fix this probably. And if not, it will be the next day. No, maybe here. So where's my game? Here. Where is it? So here we are. Okay, so that's fine. And I think it was kind of breaking. I was opening this once. Fine. Now it's still working. At least it's kind of reproducible. That's fine. So now I'm opening my file dialog. I'm selecting the blob, which I think you don't see because you cannot see the Windows Explorer now, but okay, yeah, this is it. I clear it. Yeah, of course, I clear it. Yeah. This is it. Yeah, I just can't do that. But maybe now, kind of certain that I broke other things now with that. Let's see. Almost certain. But let's still see. So I can show this guy. I can show this guy. I can show the lever. Can I load something here? Let's load the blob. I go to the blob. It's animating more or less nicely. And now, hey, yeah, it seems to have fixed it. And can I still? Oh, let's get rid of that. Can I have other models still as well? Yeah. Yeah, still working. Cool. I think this is a nice place for me to stop today. Yeah. I say thank you to all of you who have joined in. Thank you. Thank you, Wood. I would very much appreciate if you join in whenever you have time again. So I will be on a few days of holiday actually, so probably, and I will try to stream from there as well. I will put my laptop with me, but probably, yeah, I cannot really say when really, but I will try to put on a schedule so that you can probably also know it ahead if you're interested. And very much appreciated the discussions we had. It was very nice. Thanks a lot. Thanks for the questions. Thanks for the feedback. And hopefully see you next time. And then we will continue our little game engine journey here. See you. Have a good day.